Hello, everyone. I think I'm noticing that we are live at this time, but I'm waiting for a couple of more board members to appear.
We are live cast, and we will we're watching to let people in. We have a lot of people in our waiting room, so we have to keep sorting through to see who should be let in now and who should be waiting.
Okay, it looks like we're just waiting for a couple more board members. Thank you.
We are live and ready to go.
All right, thank you, John. I'm counting board members. I think we might, oh, let's see. Looks like we have everybody. All right, very good. Thank you. And it is 6 o'clock, so I think it's time for us to go ahead and get started. I call into session this regular school board business meeting of the Stillwater Area Public Schools on December 17th, 2020. Due to the current federal and state emergency guidelines, the Minnesota directive limiting person-to-person contact during the pandemic, this meeting is being conducted in accordance with Minnesota statutes 13D.021, meetings by telephone or other electronic means. The board has determined that it is not feasible for at least one board member, the superintendent, or the district legal counsel to be physically present at the regular meeting location, and that it is not feasible for the public to attend this meeting at the regular location due to the health pandemic. Persons may monitor this meeting via live stream on YouTube through a link on the district website. School board members wishing to speak have been asked to raise their hand and wait to be recognized. All votes will be conducted by roll call. Each school board member should wait until their name is called before voting and indicate by saying yes or no and clearly using a thumbs up for a yes. This meeting is being recorded. Access to the recording will be made available on the school district's website as soon as possible. And with that, let's start with a roll call. Sherry? I'm sorry, Joan. Joan?
That's okay. Director Pelletier?
Here.
Director Petrie?
Here.
Director Potacek?
Here.
Director Riley?
Here.
Director Sherman?
Here.
Director Weisberg?
Here.
Chair Stivlin?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Joan. All right, next up is the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Director Weisberg?
Yes, I'd like to add an item to the agenda. I would like to add an action item F, the recommendation to authorize the board chair to enter into negotiations to pursue an additional contract that would extend the superintendency for up to 3 years. If negotiations are successful, the new contract could come before the board for approval at a special meeting on or before December 23rd, 2020.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Director Riley seconds. Are there any questions or concerns? We do need to vote on that amendment. Director Pelletier?
Thank you, Chair. Could I
ask Superintendent Lansfeld for your opinion as to this amendment?
I have a statement that I would like to read during my superintendent report regarding an action item that was taken off earlier.
Are there any other questions on this proposed agenda change? Director Sherman?
I'm not exactly sure why it's being added back on, and I'm open to it. I just haven't seen a contract, so I don't know what we're taking action on if it's added back in. I haven't received a contract or any kind of conversation about where the negotiations landed.
Okay.
I'm requesting it being added back in because I'm not quite sure why it was pulled. I heard what I hope is a horrible rumor that funds were being raised for legal action and that's why it got pulled. And I hope to God that's not true. So if anybody would like to speak to that right now, go ahead. But what I'm trying to do at this point is to secure this year so that we can go into the next year and focus on getting students back in buildings and passing a bond and levy. So this is for a contract to be negotiated. There's nothing to see because it still has to be negotiated. And I think the problem with a 1 year was that there would be issues for more than one employee with just a 1 year. So that's why I worded the motion just like it was last meeting initially, up to 3 years, so that a 1, a 2, and an up to 3 year would be on the table so that some sort of agreement could be reached. Because what I hope is not true is that it was rumored that legal action was going to happen if a 3 year was signed and funds were being raised. And to me, that's disgusting.
Just a follow up. So is this this is a new action item, not
Yes.
the one that was removed? Okay.
Right.
So
it would be a 1, a 2, a 3, whatever we can secure, because I'm very nervous about how things are already happening.
Can I just jump in and then I'll let you go, Director Pelletier, just to be clear, and for those who are not fully aware, that we did have an action item on the agenda which was pulled earlier today, which was a contract for a 3-year contract with Superintendent Lansfeld. And we were unable to come to an agreement on that, and she was not able to sign that or not willing. She's going to speak more to it later. But I think that this action item, if I understand correctly, is to open up the potential for a new negotiation.
Yes.
We were limited in the last one to only a 3-year option. And this would be allowing the board flexibility of a 1 or a 2 or a 3-year contract.
thank you. That answers my question. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Director Riley?
Yeah, I also have very many concerns about everything that's transpired over this past 2 weeks since we've directed you, Chair Stivlin, and you, Director Petrie, to enter into negotiations. Director Petrie, you stated during the meeting that you would not stop or inhibit anything other than what was directed at the board directive to enter into the 3-year negotiations. And I am extremely concerned at what's transpired over the past 24 hours minimum. I would like some answers. And if there's bullying behavior going on, I would like to know that as well.
Okay. Are there any other comments at this time? Director Petrie?
I am just not sure where these allegations are coming from. Bullying, I mean, I'm sure that we have all been talking to Melinda about what we feel might be a good path forward. Everyone in the community has been emailing. We've been getting lots of emails, and she has been hearing lots of information like that. I am really just completely amazed that this is coming out right now. I just really don't know where it's coming from. I just really don't think that it can be called bullying behavior when you are just merely talking to the superintendent.
Any other comments? Superintendent Lansfeld?
Yeah, I just have a statement that I was going to present in my superintendent report. If you don't mind if I just take care of that now, if that's okay.
That would be fine.
Okay, Chair Stivlin and Board Directors, I was honored and humbled to be considered in negotiations for a 3-year continuing contract. I have asked to have this item pulled from tonight's agenda. I started my career in 2007, and I hold our district and our students, staff, and families very close to my heart. I strive to be a servant leader, opportunity gap closer, and a champion and supporter of achievement and growth for all students. During this time of a pandemic and a need to pass an expiring levy and a possible bond next fall, at this time, we need to come together as a district community. We need to have a strong focus on listening to each other and building positive and collaborative relationships in order to complete the work that needs to be done for our kids. My vision for the immediate future would be to prioritize and focus on the following: healing and building relationships and partnerships across the district, planning for students to return to classrooms, continuing to provide a strong focus and commitment to equity in all that we do, addressing space needs across the district, making a decision on a possible operating levy renewal and bond request, supporting and continuing our district's world's best workforce and strategic plan. I truly believe in respect, honor, dignity, acknowledgement, and connectedness for all students and all adults. I believe this can be accomplished by committed and passionate people, which we have in Stillwater. From the leadership team to the administrators, teachers, all staff, and our families and community members. We are passionate here in Stillwater. I believe education is a partnership between students, educators, parents, and the community at large. Again, I'm truly humbled by this opportunity that was presented and offered to me. But at this time, I'm declining the negotiations process for a 3-year contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Director Petrie.
I have a statement I would like to read. I served on the negotiation committee with Board Chair Stivlin, and I am grateful for the opportunity to be part of the discussions. I just like to say that I appreciate and admire the selflessness that Superintendent Lansfeld has exhibited in declining to sign this 3-year contract. She, like us, has heard the concern in the community about taking this step in a rushed fashion without a process that includes all the stakeholders. That being said, we need Superintendent Lansfeld's leadership in the coming year. We need continuity and stability within top administration because we have lost so many people at Central Services in the last 6 months. Also, we're going to need her leadership for a renewal of the $12 million operating levy this coming fall. She and her team are already at work on this. Although some people might think we need to do a search to find a permanent superintendent this coming year, I am not one of them. I think we need to keep Superintendent Lansfeld in her chair to accomplish those crucial goals. Therefore, at the second meeting in January, I will present a motion to enter into negotiations with Superintendent Lansfeld for a 1-year extension of her current contract. I am hopeful that we will be able to negotiate a contract that draws unanimous support from the board. It will give us stability in a rocky time, and it will give Superintendent Lansfeld the chance to show everyone what this board has seen in her in the last few months while she was largely in crisis management mode. I look forward to seeing her wow the new board and the community and the district stakeholders, just as she has wowed this current board. Thank you again, Superintendent Lansfeld. I truly look forward to working with you next year.
Director Riley.
So you want to enter into 1-year negotiation extension. You want to use her to get your work done and then nothing, and then throw her to the wolves. I can't believe the hypocrisy in your statement and how selfish you are sounding, that it would make a difference to enter into negotiation on January versus today. Can you listen to what you're sounding like right now? It is unbelievable to me that you can even be trusted that you will hold through with that. How on earth is she going to stay here after 1 year? 1 year contract. What are you going to do to ensure that she can retain employment here? 1 year contract. Why would on earth would anybody want to stay after she's been bullied by you and your fellow board members, elects? And
Board Chair Stivlin, do you have a gavel there? Board Chair Stivlin, do you have a gavel?
Stop. And your followers in your community, I've been bullied by these same people. I have been bullied. I've had to pull my children from this district. I cannot participate in athletics to the full extent that I need to. It is ridiculous and it needs to end now.
Can we vote?
I think that is a good idea. We will be able to discuss this further after we add the item to the agenda later tonight. So if there aren't any further questions at this time or comments, let's go ahead and vote on the, yes?
Sorry, Sarah, could I just ask a question, given the amendment that was stated and Melinda's comments? I'm wondering if the amendment is still appropriate, or if we could consider, I don't know.
It says
I feel
up
like
to-
Okay, let's just clarify. All we have, we're approving the agenda for tonight. We've had a motion and a second to add this item to the agenda for tonight. It gives us an opportunity to discuss this topic further at that time. If action is taken later, then so be it. If not, so be it. But we should vote now on whether or not this item should be added to the agenda, and then we need to vote on the agenda itself.
runs in complete contrast to her statement. So I'm just,
It does not if you listen to all the words.
you're honestly, please, community. pay
Do we have the
attention.
gavel?
Okay, I just want to clarify what we're doing here so that people understand. We were unable to come to an agreement on a 3-year contract at this time. The motion is to add an item to the agenda tonight that would offer us an ability to negotiate a potential 1 or 2 year contract instead. That's
to
what
3.
we're talking about. Up to
Right.
3. That's right. That's all it is. And we'll have an opportunity to talk about it later if this passes. So if we're clear on what we're voting on, then I think we should go ahead and vote. Joan?
Director Pelletier,
No,
Director Petrie,
No.
Director Potachek,
Yes.
Director Riley, Director Riley,
Yes.
Director Sherman,
No.
Director Weisberg,
Yes.
Chair Stivlin.
Yes,
You have a 4-3 vote. Motion passes.
thank you. I think we need to have a vote now to approve the agenda as amended.
Director Pelletier,
no,
Director Petrie,
No.
Director Potachek,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Yes.
Director Sherman,
No.
Director Weisberg,
Yes.
Chair Stivlin.
Yes,
You have a 4-3 vote. Motion passes.
thank you, Joan. Next item on the agenda is the superintendent report. I'll turn it over to you, Melinda.
Hey, thank you, Chair Stivlin and board directors. Just a couple of items tonight. This afternoon, I was able to join Ms. Reedy's 4th grade distance learning class. It's a combination of students from Rutherford Elementary and Afton Lakeland Elementary. I got to meet a lot of the students, and it was really fabulous to see 2 different sets of students from 2 different elementary schools coming together and participating and learning and growing. And I learned a lot. The students were very adept at all of their technology skills. And I was impressed. I learned a lot from them. I need to spend more time with them. I would encourage board members. I know Director Sherman, you've spent some time in distance learning, but classrooms, I would recommend if you have a chance to connect with me and I'll set you up with a classroom. It's great to see. Also big news that I'm sure our student reps will maybe speak to tonight. The MSHL, Minnesota State High School League, they are at this time practicing virtually, but as of let's see, January 4th, their practices will begin in person again. That's huge news. And competitions will start January 14th or later. They will continue to monitor that. With a side note, with our athletic director, Ricky Michael, duly noted that wrestling is still going on in Wisconsin. So there is a tournament, I believe, in the Dells. Also, we have more news later with our governor's announcement on some changes to our Minnesota's Safe Schools plan. So we'll be reviewing that in our upcoming report. And a number of people have asked about vaccines. We're hoping to get them here as soon as possible. Minnesota Republican lawmakers have proposed moving teachers, administrators, and other school staff towards the front of the line for COVID-19 vaccine, even possibly ahead of first responders. Senator Michelle Benson says that it is critical teachers get the vaccine so quickly because of the adverse effects distance learning is having on student social, emotional, mental health. And that's why she says it's imperative they get back into the classroom quickly. And then our governor has followed up with that message. So more information to come with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think our next item is the student report. And I see Mara and Bryn. Who gets to go first tonight?
I will start with the academic report.
Okay.
All right, so according to SHS administration, there's been mostly positive feedback from parents and students regarding the recent switch to distance learning. The synchronous instruction format has proven successful for many students. SHS will be opening registration for the next school year soon after winter break. There will be many new course options available this year that will fit into one of the 4 pathways that you can be a part of. Pathways is a program which our school implemented last year, which includes 4 options of educational paths to choose from: arts and communication, STEM and these are meant to prepare students further for life after they graduate. More information will be provided regarding registration after break. With distance learning causing less interaction between students and teachers, the BAR program continues to be a helpful tool to support student learning and relationships through the pandemic. Teachers at SHS continue to meet weekly with cohorts to participate in conversations related to student engagement and success. Lastly, in anticipation of schools hopefully opening back up soon, students are able to change their learning model of choice for the next semester, whether that be on the dial learning or 100% online, and that must be completed by January 6th through Skyward. So with that, I'll pass it to Bryn.
Thanks, Mara. Tonight, I will talk about the activities and student life. I'm excited to announce the PAC will reopen this coming Saturday, December 19th at 7 a.m. with the following restrictions. Masks must be worn at all times, individual workouts only, 12-foot separation, and participants must sign up for specific times to use equipment. Another thing to note is volleyball, basketball, and pickleball is not allowed until future notice. Key Club is sponsoring a clothing drive for gently used outerwear, sweaters, jeans, and other cold winter attire for men, women, and children. Key Club is accepting donations at the back of Stillwater Area High School by the bus doors from 3 to 6 tomorrow, February the 18th. Last Friday's National Honor Society Red Cross Blood Drive was a big success as students and community members came together to give blood. The Student Leadership Council has begun planning a school-wide event to engage students in order to positively address equity concerns at SAHS. The group is currently working with Student Council to plan the event in conjunction with Blast Week. This is an exciting step for students to come together for the purpose of addressing and resolving concerns related to school culture and equity. Students and peer tutors are working directly with marketing professionals to create multiple posters for their new Instagram page. The students are excited to gain the marketing experience and research more into the marketing field, as well as gain more excitement with the peer tutor on the social media platforms. Lastly, winter break starts next Thursday, December 24th, and school resumes on January 4th. That concludes our report.
Thank you very much. And the next thing we have is the recognition for tonight. I'll turn it back over to you, Superintendent Lansfeld.
Okay, thank you, Chair Stivlin and Board Directors. I would like to start off tonight with our distance learning teachers. We would like to recognize them, and I would like to turn the time over to Deb Van Cly and Barbara Bohr first. If you'd like to introduce yourselves and what you do, maybe how long you're in the district, we'll go from there, and then we'll move on to our teachers.
Sure. Thank you, Superintendent Lansfeld, for this opportunity. I'm Deb Van Cly. Currently serve as our QComp coordinator, and this is going on year 22 in our school district.
I'm Barbara Bohr, and I'm currently the new elementary online coordinator. I have been an instructional coach and will return to that position in the future. So Deb, do you want me to go first?
Yeah, that'd be fine, Barbara.
Okay. Thank you all for inviting us. And tonight, as Superintendent Lansfeld said, that we're here to honor our online teachers. We have two here this evening representing that entire group. And the first one is Carrie Pitty, who teaches first grade. Carrie, if you want to just kind of wave for a second, because I'm going to say a little bit before I turn it over to you. And Jill Reedy, who teaches fourth grade. And these two teachers are representing a whole group of pioneers. I've said that to them before, and I'm going to use that same analogy tonight. A pioneer is someone who steps forward and is the first who strikes out on a trail, oftentimes with little knowledge of the setting or what's in front of them and what it could hold. And we have a whole group of teachers who took on that challenge. And I'd like to acknowledge them in a number of ways. First of all, for their we can celebrate their teaching expertise and prowess, their tenacity at overcoming some of the challenges that these pioneers found on the trail, their flexibility, and also their support of each other. They shared ideas and they supported each other as they were innovating this new learning environment. And then I would like to celebrate them because oftentimes pioneers send back information to people who are coming in their path. And so when we switch to the on the dial distance learning, they were right there for our hybrid teachers, and they were there by inviting them into their online classrooms so that those teachers could see what it was like to be teaching online. They jumped on Zoom practice sessions to help teachers learn that medium and get a better handle on it. And they also shared their expertise, and in one ways that they did that with both Jill and Carrie, led sessions at our unconference, which helped our hybrid teachers prepare for that new learning environment. And so just to say thank you and celebrate you and congratulations on a job well done.
Wow. What a year. What a year. I just can't even believe. You guys look great. You don't even look tired.
Got the camera, makeup, and hair thing down. So thank you.
Do you have any like special sort of anecdotes or stories that maybe kind of express what it's been like for you? I mean, for those of us who aren't inside a school system teaching right now, my mind is blown about what it must be like just day to day. Do you have any stories or reflections about what you've been through so far?
Well, just to reiterate that we are just two representatives of 34 of us that chose or were chosen to take this adventure. And definitely don't want that to go forgotten, that we're a small percentage of the work that's been going on. I teach first grade online. I have 23 6 and 7-year-olds. I guess what I would say is the kids are amazing. And I think sometimes we don't give them enough credit for the ability for them to adapt and change and persevere. And if I would say there's any skill that I think that has definitely been highlighted in this setting, is that we are creating and supporting problem solvers. And if there's something that I think this group of students will show kind of going into the future, is that they're able to kind of think on their toes, figure out how to solve something that they weren't expecting to come about, and be really creative with it. So I can't say enough about the students I work with, and I tell them all the time, I'm super proud to be the person that gets to work with them.
That's awesome. Anybody else? Yeah, go ahead, Jill.
I don't reiterate that enough either. It's really, it's about the kids, and they are so resilient and so open to this challenge as well, and patient, you know, because it's been, I mean, I think for the first 2 months, something failed every single day. And I have fourth graders. So, you know, for all my coworkers who have the younger set, I can't imagine, because my people can read and read well, and we still, you know, have achieved so much though, really. And I think that that's the takeaway. I mean, they are kind of funny because now they're super excited to go off to middle school because they feel like they've got a toolbox full of so many tools that those middle school teachers better watch out, because as fourth graders, they've learned so much. But yes, they, you know, it was lovely to have Melinda pop in. She's been my principal ever since this is my 5th year here in the district. And she would love to come in and watch our nonfiction extreme weather presentations every December. It's just what we do. And so it was so fun for her to be able to come in, and it just feels normal. It feels very, you know, we're getting everything done, and they're making new friends. And like Melinda said, not only are the kids making friends across the district, but through this experience, because I've only been in the district for 5 years, I've been lucky enough to work with some just fabulous people who share beyond belief, who help beyond belief, and support beyond belief. So it's been really quite a wonderful experience.
So I'd like to
amazing.
speak a little bit to some of our secondary online teachers as well that are joining us. And to Carrie's point, you know, we really want to thank all of our online teachers that have really embraced this opportunity. When, you know, we started this planning back in August, teachers really embraced the model of distance does not need to equal disastrous. Last spring was, you know, kind of a curveball, and we took those pieces and really made some amazing changes to what we were going to offer and deliver to our kids in those pieces. And the fact that we really focused on the social emotional learning of our kids and building those authentic relationships during that synchronous instruction. So we have 3 secondary teachers with us here, I believe. Jason Trainer, science teacher at Stillwater Middle. Jesse Fredrickson, ELA teacher at Oakland Middle, and then Tim Roser from the high school. So I'll let them introduce themselves and speak a little bit to some of the amazing things they've done to not only kick this off, but also collaborate with all of the teachers in their buildings.
I guess I'll start.
Go ahead. Who wants it? Yeah.
We're looking at each
Hi,
other.
Jesse. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Jessie Fredrickson. I'm the ELA teacher for the online kids over at Oakland, and I'll let my colleagues introduce themselves here.
Jason Trainer, online science teacher over at Stillwater Middle.
I'm Tim Roser. I teach physical science at Stillwater High School.
Awesome. Do you guys have any thoughts about what's working?
Go ahead. You guys would share just a story of what you did to build those relationships with your students, and maybe just anything else you'd like to share, that'd be great.
Sure. I've always felt since day one of being a teacher that my #1 job is to make sure children feel loved. And that happens through a variety of relationship opportunities. And obviously in the classroom, you have so many opportunities to get to know kids and develop an understanding of them both as students, but as people. And that has changed with distance learning. But the one thing that I have really made a huge effort to continue from my classroom from my physical classroom to my online classroom has been having one-on-one non-academic conversations with all of my kids. I am rounding out about my 150th 10-minute conversation with every single one of my students. And we don't talk about school at all, just getting to know them as a person. And that's made a really big difference. So while, I don't get to see them face to face every single day, I have still gotten to know them as individuals. And that makes teaching them not only easier, but also a much more rich and rewarding experience.
That is so cool.
Tim, you have a fan here.
Hi, Miss
Hey, hey, how's it going? So good to see you.
Good to see you too.
See, that would not normally happen if we were in person in a board meeting.
That's great.
Just building on what Tim said, getting to know the kids over the computer has just been so different. But in a lot of ways, it's super fun. I think my 8th graders would all tell you that for some inexplicable reason, Jonah, my black lab, seems to feel the need to bark for lunch and a trip outside just as 8th grade ELA is getting started. So they all know him real well and say hi to him. And, and the kids kind of have gotten to know, my own kids a little bit, and just, so the kids who are showing up every day to class, even though I've never seen them in person, well, I mean, last year I probably saw some of them at Oakland in the building, but I do really feel like I know them. And the other really great thing is with the schedule that I have this year, we have our scheduled classes in the morning, and in the afternoon is pretty flexible time to work with kids. And today, I sat and worked with one boy on a paper that he was writing, and I sat with him for an hour, and it was just me and him on the screen. And we were really able to get in deep and, in his writing, and he really had a lot of growth just in that 1 hour. And that wasn't really the kind of thing that was super easy to do in the other models. So, there's ups and downs and goods and bads and give and take, but a lot of kids are really thriving.
I like to just see that those relationships are still being built, even though they're being built in new and fascinating ways. In some aspects, I've gone through this year and almost felt as if I know some of my students better than if I saw them every day in class. I mean, I have kids showing me their pets, introducing their much younger siblings, showing me their sweet scooter tricks that they can do. It's been uplifting, and it still fills that relationship bucket, even though we aren't necessarily face to face, which is good for everybody.
Yeah. That's so cool to hear hear this experience for you guys, because I think we're afraid of the screens, but what we've learned in all of this is how much it really is giving us some accessibility we would otherwise not have. That's very cool. Well, I know it hasn't been easy. It's been really hard. It's a lot of work. And so I just appreciate you so much for being so devoted to our kids and for making it work for them. And I just feel like we're all just learning so much. It's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. Absolutely. Go ahead, Carrie, you want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, I do, because I want to give a shout out too to our families and our parents. I mean, I think, the lower you go in age, the more support and needs there are. But I do just want to kind of make sure that we recognize how much that our parents are stepping in to support our students, and the relationships, not just building with our kids, we are building relationships with families and working with them in many different ways, and much quicker and a little bit more seamless than we may have done in the past. So, love them all. It takes a village for sure, and super appreciative of just everybody wrapping their arms around it and trying to figure this out for the best for the kids. That's all.
Absolutely. Amen to that. Director Weisberg, go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you to all of you, whether or not you volunteered or whether you asked and just stepped up. It's amazing. I know I can't remember if it was in our last meeting or our last working session or meeting, but I know that we're, I think, applying to MDE for a permanent distance experience for families. And I think it went all the way from kindergarten to high school, because so many people are having a really positive experience with it. And that's due to all of your work. And I really appreciate it. Do you think any of you, if we are able to do a distance program, would you stick with it, or would you go in the classroom?
I would definitely consider it.
I would as well.
Yeah, I would too.
That's awesome. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Director Potacek.
I just want to thank Interim Superintendent Mansfeld. I think this goes beyond the title distance learning. And so to hear each one of these instructors, whether it's elementary or whether it's high school or middle school, describe some of their methods, some of their pedagogy is very, very enriching. And I'll never think about it quite the same, having even heard those short little explanations tonight. So thank all of you for describing that.
Director Sherman.
There we go. Sorry, it wasn't unmuting. I just wanted to give a shout out to Miss Reedy for having me in her class, and her class was wonderful. It was really helpful for me to see the distance learning in person. And just, I mean, there are challenges, no doubt, and to see what you guys are doing in this platform is humbling. You know, to see how resilient the kids are and how they're sticking with it through all of the obstacles that they face is amazing. I look forward to sitting in more classes. I mean, Jill was the first one I was in. I hope to do more of that. And I think that Jill and I offline kind of talked a lot about silver linings. And so there is, I think that even when we do come back, which is ultimately the goal, we can take best practices, I think, from what we've done in this distance model and really make our traditional classrooms even better for our students and for our staff. So I'm pleased at everything you guys are doing for our students, and our families hanging in there and our students hanging in there. And it was amazing to be in the classroom. So I just wanted to again shout out to Jill and thank her for having me. So thanks.
Director Pelletier.
Chair, thanks to all of you for your presentations. I can kind of echo some of the statements. I feel that in the older grades, there's a level of intimacy that between the instructor and the student that perhaps we didn't have quite as much prior to this moment in time. So I think, again, to Allison, your accurate point about a silver lining, I think that is a silver lining. I know that my son knows, he's going to be mad at me because he's upstairs, but he knows more about his teachers than he maybe would have known. He may not have known quite these things about his teachers. So thank you to the staff for, I know this is a lot, and I need to ask either Miss Reedy or Miss Pitty, for people who don't know, I can't stop thinking about our youngest learners and how do you do it? I don't know how to ask it in any other way. Do they all, do you have to say, everyone sit still? Or, I mean, these are our little babies. So I can't, and I know our parents, it's been tough for them. So could you maybe just speak to how that goes for our youngest learners?
Sure, I'll jump in. It was baby steps. I mean, at this point, you know, I'm online with them from 8:45 until noon, and we're kind of creeping over a little bit. And then again from 1 until 2 with a help desk. But it was baby steps because we kind of all had to build up our ability to be online. We do take 10-minute breaks, you know, where I'm like, because I'm a mom. I'm like, get your eyeballs off those screens, go for 10 minutes and then come back. But I think really now that we are, I mean, the academics, I mean, we are just doing everything that I would have been doing if I was at Afton, frankly. And so they're so engaged and we're busy. We have a lot to do. And it just over time has morphed into that. I did have a lot more parent support at the beginning for some of them. And now, after about the first few weeks, they just kind of tethered away and the kids have that ownership in it, which, I mean, there's the list, like Allison and I had talked about the list of silver linings, the independence and the comfortable feeling that the kids have with their own abilities is beyond what I've seen before. They are, I don't know, they're doing a really good job of it. But at this point now, my kids will stay on at noon. I got a great idea from another teacher about doing lunch bunch, and they'll stay on and just go in a breakout room with their friends and have lunch and play games. Or we've been doing the projects. They're working through lunch because they get that social interaction. So that's what fourth grade is like.
I would say I would bring back in the responsive classroom structure that we have. And from day one, there really isn't a whole lot that I did differently in setting up my online classroom as I would in my regular classroom. So it's a lot for our littles and even our olders, but just routine, structure, predictability, them kind of feeling in control, even though nothing is in control, but we can control some things, taking breaks, definitely reaching out to anybody in the community that can come in and be special guests or, give us something to look forward to and switch it up a little bit. I too, with first graders, we are on from 8:45 to 11:30, 11:45 each day. We do lunch bunch. We have over 50% participation. Today we played games and they could come back optionally. So I think it's just, listening to what the kids need, providing those opportunities in the most creative ways that we can. But I would say, the online teachers' thought process is we care about kids, and we kind of went into this knowing that it's not just pushing out academic content, that we care about their social emotional needs as well, and we're, I think, being pretty creative and figuring out how to support them with that. So it works, and it's kind of crazy, and I would have never said it, but yeah, it takes a team for sure.
I do feel like I even know the kids better than I ever have. I mean, certainly by this time. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you.
And thank you, Deb, too, for all of your work in helping to lead all of this. And yeah, like you said, it takes a team, it takes a village, and we sure do appreciate you all. Thank you so much for coming tonight and helping us understand a little bit more about how it's been going.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Chair Stivlin, Board Directors, next, I would like to recognize some school board members tonight. So the past few years have been an exciting and challenging time in public education. Tonight, I would like to recognize school board members Mike Potachik, Sarah Stivlin, and Jennifer Pelletier. I would like to thank them for their time, service, and dedication to our district. School board members have a very difficult job and put in countless hours of time to develop policies and make tough decisions that help shape the future of our education system. Our school board members bear the responsibility for an annual budget well over $100 million. They help to govern and support more than 8,300 students, 1,000 employees, and multiple buildings. They are citizens whose decisions affect our children and build our communities. They provide vision and leadership for student achievement, academic programs, district funding, and school facilities. Our school board members help to preserve the core of our democracy, public education, and I'm very proud of that. They ensure that decisions on school programming are made by people we've elected to represent our community's values, culture, and circumstances. I would like to recognize the dedication and hard work of these 3 school board members who have represented us well. Thank you for dedicating countless personal hours to ensure the needs of our community are met by our public schools. Your dedication and civic responsibility make our public schools in our community possible. I applaud all of you for your vision and voice to prepare today's students to be tomorrow's leaders. The school board's main goal is to support student achievement for all students. To achieve that goal, school board members have focused on creating a vision for what parents and citizens want their school district to become and how to make student achievement the top priority. Setting standards for what students must learn and be able to do, assessing whether schools achieve their goals and whether students are learning, accounting for the outcomes of decisions and tracking progress and reporting results, aligning the use of the district's human and financial resources, creating a safe and orderly climate where students can learn and teachers can teach, focusing on continuous improvement by questioning, examining, revising, refining, and revisiting issues related to student achievement. Directors Mike Potachik, Sarah Stivlin, Jennifer Pelletier, thank you for your service to our district. And I am just, this is a proud moment tonight to present this. We do have, like to just go through really quick, each board member, start with Jennifer Pelletier, served for 4 years from 2017 to 2020 and served on the following committees. 1 year as the chair, 1 year as the vice chair, 1 year on the Association of Metropolitan School Districts, 1 year Community Education Advisory Council, 1 year Partnership Plan, 1 year Schools for Equity and Education, or C, 2 years Finance and Operation, 2 years Legislative, and 2 years Community Engagement. And Jen, you should have, do you have a bell? You want to ring your bell and would you like to say anything before I move on to our next board member?
I did have a statement. I don't know, should I read it now or should I just?
Yes, you can. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I am going to try to not cry. If I could, thank you so much, Melinda. I'd like to say just a few words of thanks. Before I get to the thanks, I'd like to briefly touch upon some of the ugliness that has plagued this board over the past few years. To the topic of personal attacks and perpetuation of false narrative for attempted political gain, I'm not going to give this a minute of oxygen. I'm grateful for the many, many behind the scenes statements of support from this community. I know many of you have hoped that I, when standing alone, would fight harder against the ugly. But the thing is, when you stoop to it, you risk becoming it. While we're on the topic of false narratives, I'm witnessing it already towards the new board that is coming up in January. I witnessed an attempt at a false narrative twice in the last meeting. I'm seeing it already on social media. Personal attacks and false narratives are weak. They are gaslighting tactics used as desperate attempts to gain short-term adoration. This is divisive. It is small and it is petty. Should this continue to come your way at the board table, don't engage. Ignore it. Don't give it oxygen. To quote Ruth Bader Ginsburg, reacting in anger or annoyance will not advance once able to persuade. Your actions will speak much louder. Your voting record is your truth. Be independent thinkers with one common goal, be ambassadors. And to the community, you have the power of voting it out. To the new board, you were voted in by a large margin. This tells me that the community wanted to see a shift in leadership. Learn from the mistakes of this board. I ask that you avoid groupthink. Groupthink robs our community and yourselves of your own unique voice. This community has seen enough of agenda-based decision-making. Yes, the margin was large, but I ask you to please govern with humility, with servant leadership as your guiding force. Govern in a manner that protects and serves our most precious commodity, which is our children. To our students and kids, this is where this lady's going to lose it. Never in a million years did I expect to meet so many inspiring, bright-eyed, intelligent students. You are without a doubt my greatest joy. Whether it be our student representatives who took their roles so seriously that they in some cases chose being on a board over participating in their own sport because they cared that much about making a difference, to our more quiet students who came out of their shells in their own way. I can only think of one word in this moment, and that word is hope. Students, please stay inspired. Please stay curious. Be the change you want to see. To our students of color who have shined a light on racism in the community, how brave of you. Please know that I have heard you. I have hoped to be more than an ally to you. I have hoped to be a trusted friend. Please don't lose hope, as there is much work to do. I know there are many allies in this community. There are friends. There is hope. To our staff, to our teachers, to our paras, to our nursing staff, to our alums, our admin, our adventure club, our preschool teachers, our cooks, our custodians, our coaches, our bus drivers, our mechanics, our grounds crew, to our community ed staff, and to all of you behind the scenes staff members. You are our backbone. You are our heartbeat. Please do not for 1 second guess how critical you are to this district. No matter what your role, I am so incredibly fortunate to have been here in this moment of service with all of you. Thank you so very much for your trust. To my old friends, those friends of mine who have been with me for years and years, who have stepped up with their voices when it never before would have been comfortable to do so. You have stuck with me. You know who you are, and I will never, ever forget it. To my new friends, to those of you I didn't know until I entered this chapter of life and service, in many ways, it's these new friendships that have given me the most strength of all, because you didn't know me before this moment in time. I am so very grateful for your support and your trust. To my family, Joe, Emma, Kate, and Colin, who were thrust into a public world while trying to just be kids. For the missed concerts, movies, games, I am grateful for your understanding. You've also witnessed and been recipients of ugliness in adults who struggle with doing the right thing. But so much more importantly, you have learned what loyalty looks like, what pride and community looks like, and hopefully you have learned an example of uncompromising courage. And finally, to this pony community. When I ran in 2016, I certainly had different ideas in mind as to what the next 4 years would be like. This is true. There were things that I had wished to accomplish, but I soon realized that service is less about passing one's own hopes and dreams, about pushing one's own agendas, and so much more about serving the needs of the community, whatever they may be in that moment in time. So to that end, I certainly didn't expect to be the voice of dissent. But as is inferred by Thomas Jefferson many moons ago, when injustice becomes law, resistance becomes duty. While I didn't get to be the board member I had intended, perhaps history will tell that I was a board member that was needed in this place and time. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for entrusting me to serve the oldest and the best district in the state of Minnesota. I am so incredibly humbled to have been trusted to serve you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Thank you, Director Pelletier. Okay, I am going to move on to Sarah Stivland, current chair. She has served for 4 years from 2017 to 2020, and the committees that she has served on are the following. Chair, 1 year, vice chair, 1 year, clerk, 2 years, Minnesota State High School League, or MSHL, for 1 year, 2 years on the Northeast Metro 916 Committee, 1 year for Teacher Administrator Board, or TAB, 1 year legislative, 2 years personnel, 4 years policy, and 1 year community engagement. And Sarah, did you receive your bell?
I did.
Oh, good. Congratulations.
Oh, okay. There we go. It's a lot heftier than I thought it was going to be.
Yes.
I told Mike, I said, I'm inspired. I want to go start a one-room schoolhouse somewhere so I can ring it every day. I just have a few, I don't have as many comments as Jennifer. I just have a few things I'd just like to say. I'll start with Jennifer. It has been quite a journey for both of us over the past 4 years, and I know it has not been easy for either one of us. I think that together we bear witness to the inherent value that the diversity of thought and diversity of perspective brings to a healthy school board. And so for that, I'm thankful and I wish you the very best. Mike, I want to say to you, it has been an honor to learn from you, to serve on the board with you, and I am incredibly grateful to call you my friend. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for your kindness and your wisdom, and for all of your years of service to this community. And to the community, I simply want to say thank you for entrusting me to this position. It has been an absolute honor to serve on the school board. And while it has been incredibly difficult, extraordinarily difficult to navigate the issues that we have faced together, I am very, very proud of the improvements that we have made and of what has been accomplished on behalf of our students. And I look forward to what the future holds for our schools. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Sarah. And Director Mike Potocek, you have served on the board the longest for 12 years, from 2008 until 2020. You started the year after I started in this district. And Mike has served on the following committees: 1 year as chair, 3 years vice chair, 1 year clerk, 2 years Association of Metropolitan School Districts, or AMSD, 1 year Minnesota State High School League, or MSHSL, 5 years Northeast Metro 916, 6 years Schools for Equity in Education, or SEE, 1 year on Finance and Operations, 10 years legislative, and I would like to thank you for your passion for that and really advocating for all of us on the legislative committee. 3 years personnel, 8 years policy, and 2 years community engagement. Also, 6 years curriculum, 5 years MSBA, and 1 year with the Anderson Group. Thank you, Mike. And Mike, did you receive your bell?
Yes, I did. I won't ring it, but I'll hold it up.
Okay. Congratulations. Thank you.
They're really nice looking. A couple things. One, and I will be brief, which is not my strength. And but a couple things strike me as after 12 years, I've already said probably all I need to say. You just go back and I've covered a lot of the topics that have already been covered by my colleagues. But one thing that I remember before I ever came on the board, and I was sitting in the audience, and one of my predecessors was retiring, and he made a comment, and through all those years, it stuck with me. And he basically said this. He said, "I'm not as good as my supporters would like you to believe." He said, "Nor am I as bad as my critics would like you to believe." And being in a board position, you have some of both. Unfortunately, and both Jen and Sarah touched on it a little bit, these are pretty contentious times. They're not completely unique, and some of the passions, some of the disagreements in the past probably have been as involved as some of these more recently. But unfortunately, I think social media has sort of increased that amount. And I also feel that there's a strong thread of tribalism among us. And so, Melinda, when I hear you talk about doing what you can to bring this district back together, and I believe you can do that, that's extremely important to me. And last but not least, I want to really thank all the people in the community. And this is a very, very fascinating committee, or rather community, with a lot of very, very real, deep, caring people. I want to thank everybody who has helped me along the way and supported me along the way. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Mike.
And thank you, Melinda. So before we move on to the open forum, it has come to my attention that we did not actually have a motion and a second for the approval of the agenda. We had a motion and a second for the amendment to the agenda, and we voted, but we did not have a motion and a second. And so we need to have that in the minutes. And so at this time, before we go on, I need a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll do so.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, so that's Director Potacek is motioning and Director Riley is the second. And then I'm just going to have board members, we're just going to go ahead and vote again, if that's all right, at this time to approve the agenda.
Director Pelletier,
No.
Director Petrie,
No.
Director Potacek,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Yes.
Director Sherman,
No.
Director Weisberg,
Yes.
Chair Stivlin.
Yes.
You have a 4-3 vote. Motion passes.
Thank you, Joan. And my apologies for missing that, everyone. And thank you for helping us out with that. The next item on the agenda is the open forum. School board meetings will be held electronically until further notice. If you wish to speak to the school board, you will be able to do so at the school board meeting during open forum. A sign up for open forum speakers is available online on the board webpage from 3 to 4 p.m. on the day of the meeting to provide time for instructions to connect to the meeting to be sent to speakers. You may sign in only for yourself, not other individuals or groups. The order of speakers will be established on a first come, first served basis. Due to time limitations, we will limit the number of speakers to 15 for 3 minutes each. You will need the ability to join the meeting electronically, either by phone or online. You will receive instructions for joining the meeting 30 to 60 minutes prior to the start of the meeting. Stillwater Area School District welcomes input from citizens as community involvement fosters better decision-making and improved learning experiences for all students. While comments and questions are welcome during open forum, law prohibits the board from discussing concerns about individual employees or students in a public meeting. We will stop the proceedings immediately if employee or student privacy issues are raised and direct the speaker to forward comments regarding individual employees or students to the superintendent. Because we are modeling civil discourse for our community, speakers must present their testimony in a respectful manner. Vulgarity, character attacks, malice, or specific complaints identifying staff or students by name or implication will not be permitted. The board will not deliberate, discuss, or engage in conversations with speakers during open forum. However, the board may ask administration to review the concerns presented. And with that, I will call upon Carissa Keister. Do we have people to speak tonight?
We do have speakers tonight. Our first speaker is actually Emma and Kate Pelletier. For them to connect here. Emma and Kate, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right, we're all set.
Okay, so Kate and Emma Pelletier, Lake Elmo, Minnesota. Hello, school board and intern superintendent Lansfeld. My name is Kate Pelletier, and my sister and I will be speaking together tonight. Although there's a lot that I could talk about tonight in regards to rush agenda items, with this being our mom's last meeting, we feel the need to address something different. In my mom's 4 years of serving, I have heard and seen some of the worst hate that I hope to never see again. However, despite all the negativity, she has remained true to herself and she has fought for what she believes in. My mother is a leader. Her entire life, she has fought for the good, regardless of the voices of negativity. She sees the best in people. She encourages me to stick up for the silenced voices, and her quote, "Be a friend to all," will forever stay engraved in my mind. Thank you, Mom, for showing me what it means to be a leader, what it means to listen to people who don't agree with you, for being a role model to so many, and for encouraging others to remain true to themselves. Despite entering the board with a hateful preconceived notion, you held your head up so high. Some people even just tried to suggest that you were voted on the board because your name was mixed up with a different P last name, who was also elected. How absurd. It didn't matter what you said or what you did, voices still chose to look in the past and reflect hate. The lessons I have learned from my mom's time on the board outweigh the hardships. However, my sister and I feel as if it is necessary for her to address some of the experiences we have had. On top of the hardship that my mom has experienced on this board, we, her children, were not off limits to a few parents. At one meeting that my sister attended, a parent felt the need to stand up, yell at her, and say, "You have no idea what you are talking about." At a different meeting that I attended, I overheard two parents bad-mouthing my mom loudly. I turned around and said, "I can hear you, and what you're saying is extremely rude." Then one of the two mothers proceeded to shout at me. All of this while my sister and her friends were being talked about negatively on a private Facebook site that multiple of the current board members are still a part of. Other community members suggested that the students who supported the previous superintendent have been brainwashed by their parents. How insulting, saying that the schools that you claim to care a great deal about haven't taught us to be independent thinkers. How insulting. Let me now speak directly to the parents that took out their frustrations on the schools being closed on us. We've either attended or watched almost every single meeting since my mom was elected. Let me assure you, we do know what we are talking about, and so do the large majority of voters that voted in the new school board this year. I couldn't be more proud to call you my mom and hope to be half as strong as you are. Despite all the adversity that you have had to overcome with a few spiteful people, you've stayed strong and true to yourself. When you are in a minority with a supermajority, you have to be strong. You have to make your voice heard, and you have to be tenacious. You were the voice for so many when a huge population of citizens' voices weren't being listened to. And you were such a strong advocate for the reason why the school board exists, the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sandy Hayner. Hi, Sandy, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
We can. You're all set.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Sandy Hayner from Stillwater, Minnesota. I am horrified to hear that newly elected board members are bragging about what they consider to be a success of their attempts to discourage Landsfeld from fully embracing this amazing career opportunity in which all parties, staff, community, and students stand to benefit. I have been made aware that specifically Ms. Petrie orchestrated quite the optics campaign with some of her favorite constituents. Efforts were made to not only distort and resurrect an obsolete petition, giving the perception of widespread upset. In addition, an email campaign has been promoted by these same players in hopes of manufacturing the same perception, but more diabolically, to bully Landsfeld into feeling outnumbered and unsupported. Although I guess Bev doesn't call that bullying, so that's the final word on that. Petrie is apparently proud that her clever move to assign herself to the negotiating table was never really about a 3-year negotiation. Petrie's inner circle is not as tight-lipped as she might have hoped. Now we've heard about Bev's final act, to threaten Superintendent Landsfeld with a lawsuit if she accepts a 3-year contract. Although Bev calls it a conversation though, so that's neat. As predicted, Bev's and her fan club have spent the last 2 weeks tearing Landsfeld apart on any platform they can get their hands on. Can you even imagine the special treatment they dole out on her should she buck their threats? These are not new tactics though. We all saw Bev and her buddies engage in these tactics during their school board campaigns. Anything to get what Bev wants. And what does Bev want anyway? She just told us her master plan. She'll use Melinda until she gets what she wants, and then bye-bye. Who does this woman even think she is? Is she oblivious to the 6 other board members, never mind the community? Somehow Bev seems to think she's calling the shots. She's also campaigned on elevating the voices of the underrepresented and marginalized in our community and our schools. And yet she consented to the character assassination of board candidate Tim Brewington, our district's first Black board member and a parent living in the real world of special education. There's reading about it, and then there's living it. Clearly, Tim's lived experience gives him a unique and authentic perspective we could all use and should seek. Apparently, Bev believes herself to be a better BIPOC and special needs spokesperson and advocate than an actual BIPOC special needs parent. If that doesn't reek of supremacy, then I don't know what does. To top it off, Ms. Sherman echoed these same platform priorities, and yet her success at bringing what she deems to be proper representation to these communities depended upon her removing their actual voice to replace them with her white, female, middle-class, suburban voice. And if that wasn't bad enough, the teachers union, led by Josiah Hill, gleefully endorsed candidates who participated in these character attacks. Some even joined in, the same ones who stalked community members last summer as well. The same teachers who jumped on the bully the superintendent bandwagon. Why? Well, I suppose handpicking your bosses is the newest form of entitlement they believe they deserve. We'll have a handpicked board to go with it, so why not? Where are the actual community representatives? Who will represent the marginalized groups? Meh, I guess those were just campaign promises. So my ask, while we bid good riddance to Drama-Rama Jennifer Pelletier, I ask for Bev Petrie's immediate resignation as well. The union has their supermajority. Bev is unneeded to progress their agenda. That will progress regardless. But if she really had any honesty in her campaign rhetoric, then she gives a seat up for those she claims to deserve a voice. Or she can stay. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Or she can stay and find her ego and feed her ego, and those who haven't recognized it yet will realize what a liar she is. Her unchecked ego might be our district's biggest threat right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Our next speaker is Kate Neiman. I think she's still connecting to audio. We're not able to hear you yet, Kate.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can
Okay,
now.
Great. Thank you. All right. I'm set to go. Hi, I'm Kate Neiman. What do I hit?
If you can just turn off your audio on your computer.
And I do that how? My audio.
It might be okay now.
Is it okay?
I think it's a.
Oh, you know, here.
Yes, we can. We can now.
All right.
There
Can you hear
go.
me?
We can now. We're all set.
Okay, thank you. You know, I had a speech prepared and the situation changed. So I decided to stay on. My name is Kate Neiman. I am from Stillwater Township. Madam Chair, board members, and Ms. Lansfeld, what I'm going to say is, Melinda, thank you. You took a very bold move and you made a decision that I think will serve this district very well. And I will say personally, this is a relief, and this gives me something great to look forward to. And I look forward to the things that you can do for this district. Your decision to not accept this contract speaks volumes about who you are. Thank you. Thank you for making the right decision. Goodbye to Directors Pelletier, Potachek, and Stivlin. Thank you.
Thank
That's
you,
all.
Kate. Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathy Saltzman. Hi, Kathy. We're all set for you.
Sure. Thank you. I'm Kathy Saltzman. I live in Woodbury, Minnesota. And good evening, Chair, Board, and Superintendent. Public service is not easy. And tonight, I especially want to call out our three board members who are about to retire. Mike, I met you in 2007 around Natasha Fleischman's table as we were getting ready to support her campaign. I've served with you on the Valley Outreach Board. I applaud you for your many years of service and thank you for that. And Sarah, we've not always agreed, but I know that service is hard. It's hard to hear to hear criticism. It's hard to really stay with what where your heart leads you. So I just want to thank you, and I hope that you will continue to support this district, both you and Mike. To Jennifer, I met you about 13 years ago when you were working on the Lake Elmo traffic safety project in Lake Elmo School. And when we needed someone to help with our organization of the Yellow Ribbon in Washington County, you were the go-to person. And when it was time to find leadership for a school board, again, when people came to you, you stepped forward. You are just the go-to woman. You have demonstrated your deep commitment to this community. You listen, it's not about you. You respect the process, you engage the community. And since May, it has been clear that you embrace equity. The one thing that truly touched me is that when students in our community needed to be sure that voices were being heard, it was you that they went to. And that says everything about your character, your accessibility, and that the students have such deep respect for you. So at this time, as you go into back to civilian life, I just want to say thank you, but I especially want to thank your family. I want to thank Joe. I want to thank Emma and Kate and CJ, because it's been rough. And they have stood by you, and I'm so grateful to them as this whole, as a lot in our community have seen that. You are a trooper. You are the epitome of a servant leader, and your work is not done. I know that you're going to continue to be involved in this community, and for that, I am so very grateful. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Kathy. Our next speaker is Gary Kriesel.
Applaud you for your many years of service.
Hi, Gary. If you can turn down the audio in the back, we're all set for you.
Jennifer, I met you about 13 years ago.
There's a bit of a delay there, Gary. If you can try to turn that down, and then we'll be able to hear you.
Organization of the Yellow Ribbon in Washington County, you were the go-to person. And when it was time to find leadership for a school board, again, when people came to you, you stepped forward. You are just the go-to woman. You have demonstrated your deep commitment to this community. You listen. It's not about you.
Are you able to hear us, Gary?
Engage the community.
Are you able to hear us? Are you able to hear us? We're ready for you.
No, and I got my volume way up. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay. Do I sound good?
You sound great.
Yeah, I got my phone. I'll mute this once it gets going here.
And that the students have such deep
Yeah.
you. So at this time, as you go into back to civilian life, I just want to say thank you, but I especially want to thank your family. I want to thank Joe. I want to thank Emma and Kate and CJ.
Are you able to turn that off, Gary, so we can have you get started on your speech?
You want me to turn this off?
Yeah, if you don't mind, we're ready for you. Everyone's
Okay.
ready for your turn.
Am I right after Kathy?
Yep, there's a delay, so you're hearing the delay. We're live with you now.
All right. Locked and loaded.
Thanks, Gary.
I might need a thumbs up if I don't hear.
We're all ready for you. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Chair Stevlin, Interim Superintendent Lansfield, board members. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you this evening. I'm not coming before you as a Washington County Commissioner, but as a resident. I would never interfere with a duly elected board on the important decisions they have to make. I'm here to speak about a person I got to know about 12 years ago. And Senator Saltzman already mentioned it. She stole some of my talking points, and that's Jennifer Pelletier. I find Jennifer, over the 12 years that I got to know her, as a person of high integrity, always holds the high moral ground, and she's very principled. She's willing to work for compromise, but she'll never compromise her principles. I think one of her strongest points as a school board member that I watched was her tenacity for full transparency to the public, to engage the public. I think the public really appreciates that sort of leadership. I would like to share with you when Jennifer was involved with the organization of the Yellow River Network, Jennifer and I were invited to take a ride by the Minnesota Air National Guard up to International Falls, and it was on a Chinook helicopter. And I think Jennifer will agree with me. Riding in that Chinook helicopter was akin to sitting on top of a washing machine with an unbalanced load on spin cycle. But Jennifer also, one weekend, a holiday weekend, she got a call from a family whose family member was a veteran and he was in a mental health crisis. And Jennifer called me, and we tried to figure out who should be contacted. There was no contact person other than law enforcement. Well, that Jennifer did not agree with that, and she came to the county and advocated for a crisis response center, and through that advocacy, Washington County now has a crisis center for people that go into mental crisis. They can make a phone call and professionals will help guide them. But I am a longtime friend of Jennifer, so proud of her her leadership on the school board, so proud of her family. She's just got three great kids and her husband, Joe. But I just wish her the best. I know this is not going to be the end of her service to the community. She is part and parcel to why Washington County is a great place to live, work, and play. And I'll add to get educated. And thank you, Jennifer. I look forward to working in the future with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Our next speaker is Amy Burback. Hi, Amy. We're all set if you can hear us.
Can you hear me?
I can, yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Chair Stivlin, Superintendent Lansfeld, members of the board. New friend Jen. My name is Amy Burback and I reside at 213 Sherburne Street, North Stillwater, Minnesota. I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of myself, Kathy Buchholz, George Hepner, and Paula O'Loughlin. We are former board members, and together we want to express our deepest gratitude and appreciation to our friend, Director Jennifer Pelletier. Jen stepped up to run for school board at one of the most critical junctures in our district's history. Already an active parent, volunteer, and leader in our school community, Jen continued to serve in her role as a school board member by building and earning trust with staff, students, and diverse coalitions of stakeholders throughout our school community. The impact of her leadership on the Stillwater Area School Board will long be remembered as a pivotal moment which shaped the trajectory of this amazing school district. Jennifer has served her term with honor, courage, and integrity, all with an unrelenting focus on those who are at the heart of the Stillwater Area School District, our students. Ever humble, Jen was never one to allow her title or position to get in the way of forging authentic relationships with everyone she connected with, especially our students. One of Jen's most beautiful characteristics is her passion. One could often see her heart swell with pride, along with some tears, whenever interacting or talking about future, present, or past ponies. She was as fierce an advocate for every student as she was for her own kids. Which brings us to Jen's family. To Jen's husband, Joe, and their kids, Emma, Kate, and CJ, we want you to know how indebted we are to each of you for your sacrifice. We know better than most what a family endeavor this has been, and we know it has not always been easy. Please know we speak for many, many others when we say that the Pelletier family has the utmost respect, gratitude, and appreciation for all that you have done for our district. Jen, as your term is coming to a close, the impact of your courageous leadership will remain. Every child deserves a champion, and you never hesitated to take up that mantle, especially when it mattered most. Words cannot express how grateful we are to you. We love you and we thank you for all that you have done for our students, families, and staff in the Stillwater Area School District. And when the time is right, we will be waiting with open arms to welcome you to our club. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Our final speaker for the evening is Sarah Van Newell.
I'm here.
All right, Sarah, we're all set for you.
All right. Chair Stivlin, interim superintendent, and board directors, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. So I signed up for a spot because I was going to talk about action item F, and then action item F went away, and then surprise, surprise, it came back. I really don't have anything prepared right now because there's too many things to talk about. But first, I guess I'd like to say, Ms. Lansfeld, you deserve better than this. This should not be the process that you go through for being hired as a superintendent. This back and forth tug of war political power grab by an outgoing board is frankly disgusting. This district deserves better. We deserve a better board, and I'm thankful that we have one coming in. We need as a community to come together around someone that we can trust. And the fact of the matter is, who picks the superintendent should be someone that the board trusts, that the community trusts. It should be the new board. And I think some of you recognize that. I mean, Director Potacek last board meeting impressed me by recognizing that the new board needs to be involved in this and asking that Director Petrie help out with the negotiations. And I hope you make that amendment again tonight, because I think the way that it was worded was just that Chair Stivlin do it, and I think that's utterly inappropriate. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Sarah. And that concludes this evening's open forum.
Thank you, Carissa. Next on our agenda tonight is the consent agenda. We have 3 items tonight: the minutes of December 3rd, item B, the disbursement register from December 5th to December 18th, and item C, the human resources personnel report. Can I get a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Director Potacek? You're on mute.
I should know that. I would like to separate item B, please. Disbursement.
Disbursements? All right. Any other things that need to be removed from the consent agenda tonight for discussion? All right, can I entertain a motion, please, to approve item A and item C?
So moved.
Director Riley moves. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Director Weisberg seconds. Any further comments? All right, Joan, if you're ready, let's go ahead and vote on item A and C.
Director Pelletier,
Yes.
Director Petrie, Director Potacek,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Yes.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Director Weisberg,
Yes.
Chair Stidlin.
Yes.
You have a 7-0 vote.
Thank you, Joan. All right, Director Potacek, what do you have for item B?
Okay, I would like to go to page 6, and then I'm going to editorialize briefly about disbursements. Every time we have a meeting, there is a copy of the recent disbursements. And there's an old cliche I'm sure many of you have heard before. If you want to know about operations, follow where the money goes. And my point is, we get this, it varies probably between 30 and 40 pages each time. And you can go through it, and a lot of it is very mundane. And there's a lot of it which perhaps some don't know what to do with it. And this is the kind of thing, and I'm going to point out one example is on page 6. It talks about Century College, and it talks about the Joint Powers PSEO program by contract with the high school. And we have 121 students who are enrolled, and they earn 1,194 credits at $225 per credit. So the total cost of that program, and I think it's a good thing, but I'm saying you find out more about the district and how we operate, I believe, by going through disbursements, is we spent something like $268,000, a little bit added to that. And so I would recommend particularly new incoming board members wander through it. What you should do, or what's been the past practice and that was established, is that if you have questions, to call the finance director a couple days before it and pre-warn so they can be prepared to talk about any item that you have questions on. Or you may just talk to the finance director on questions and never bring them to the same opportunity that I just took. So with that, I would move adoption for item B, the disbursements from December 5th to December 18th of 2020.
Thank you. Can I get a second, please, to approve item B?
Second.
All right, thank you, Director Riley. All in favor, let's vote. Joan?
Director Pelletier,
Yes.
Director Petrie,
Yes.
Director Potacek,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Yes.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Director Weisberg,
Yes.
Chair Stidlin.
Yes.
You have unanimous vote.
Thank you, Joan. All right, moving on to reports tonight. Item A is the On the Dial Learning Update, and we have some exciting news from the state. And I'll turn it over to Interim Superintendent Melinda Lansfeld.
Thank you, Chair Stidlin and board directors. There has been a lot of news coming out in the past few weeks. And so tonight we have our learning model update. Okay, first on the list, we have updated quarantine guidance from the CDC and MDH. So it's still best to do the 14-day and the 10-day quarantines, but they have allowed us to shorten them in some cases. If someone in a household has COVID-19, you cannot shorten your quarantine from the standard 14 days. You can return to normal activities after 10 days if you've been exposed but do not have any symptoms. And you can return to normal activities after 7 days if you do not have any symptoms and you show documentation of a negative PCR test completed 5 or more days after the last date of exposure. So quarantine days used to be 14 and 10. They're trying to shorten them down from 14 to 10 and from 10 to 7. And again, with the PCR test, if you do have a PCR test, please make sure that on the results, it lists that it's a PCR test, so you have the ability to shorten your quarantine. We have put this information out on our website, so if you have more questions about it, you can call our health services department. Okay, so big news. Yesterday at 1:15, we had the governor's office with some exciting news for our youngest learners. We are prioritizing bringing our youngest learners back to school. So what does that mean for elementary schools and secondary schools? For elementary schools, We are lessening the focus on county data as a singular determining point when considering learning models for pre-K 5. So that will not be as important. We're moving that aside. And we're utilizing a rolling start to slowly bring back students. No more than 3 grade bands introduced into the building in a 2-week period. So what that means, we have the possibility of bringing back a kindergarten or kindergarten first grade second. So we can do a K1, 2, and then we can wait 2 weeks and we could possibly bring back a 3, 4, 5. But we do want to look at a lot of factors such as operational capacity, scheduling, and support for our staff and students. So more information will be coming on that. For secondary schools, we're going to continue to follow the same protocols and parameters of the previous plan to determine learning models. We'll be following the county data. At this time, the metric states that when we have 30 cases, positive cases per 10,000, secondary schools are in distance learning. We must consult with regional support team if considering a less restrictive learning model. As you know, all of our secondary schools, as well as our elementary, are currently in distance learning. The regional support team will not be available to meet with public school districts until after we return from winter break, and it will appointments will be made on a first come, first serve priority list. So we will be making a call right after winter break to set up that meeting. Okay. And can we go back to the other slide just for a minute? I wanted to just touch on a couple of things too. The decision by Waltz is part of an international trend from New York City to Europe of prioritizing K-5 schools over restaurants, bars, and other establishments that acknowledge several COVID facets. Children under 10 appear to be much less likely to fall ill from COVID-19 and to infect others for reasons not fully understood. Michael Osterholm, director of the University of Minnesota's Center for Infectious Disease Research and Prevention, and he's an advisor to the President-elect Joe Biden, said on his podcast last week that much remains unknown about how children spread the virus, but he thinks elementary schools can safely bring back students. Okay, also, the toll on young children on extended periods of distance learning without that socialization is believed to be wide with that social, emotional, mental health support. So there are a number of reasons why they've made the decision to try and bring students back into classrooms. Thank you. So Minnesota's new safe learning plan or updated safe learning plan. We have new requirements for our in-person and hybrid learning models. COVID-19 testing will be available every other week for all staff on site. More details to come. It is not required. It is optional, but it will be encouraged. Staff must wear both a face mask and a face shield at all times. Our staff were provided those items at the beginning of the year, but the state is sending these items out again to all public school districts. And so again, they must be worn by the adults, both of them at the same time. Students must wear a face mask at all times unless eating, drinking, or outside. So this is new specifically with Phi-Ed. You do need to wear that face mask during that time now. So this will be a little bit of an adjustment, but we will work with students when we get to that point. And then when educators cannot be 6 feet from students, we will be adding a clear barrier when possible. So we're going to be putting those on order. If we do go to in-person, the 6-foot rule of distancing, physical distancing, leaves for our students, and that includes being on the bus. Currently, we've been physical distancing on the bus, but that would not be in place if we are in full person. For in-person learning only, again, 3 feet of physical distancing instead of the 6 for students will be strongly recommended. So we will still try to provide or encourage that 3 feet of physical distancing. For pre-K 5 only, students will remain in the classroom for the entire school day, except recess and physical education. We want to try and keep the students in their pods in case there is a positive case for a mitigation strategy. Meals will continue to be eaten in classrooms. They will still go down to the cafeteria to pick them up. We want to offer those choices, but they will take their meals back down to the classroom. And then specialist teachers will rotate into the classrooms. And that's a bit of a change too. So what does this mean for Stillwater schools? This is just a little, again, more than 24 hours since we've received this news. So we do have a lot of planning. But moving forward, we are considering operational capacity to meet the new safety protocols. We are considering new schedules, possible staffing changes due to family choice. We have a survey out right now that is due back by January 6th, giving families the option to choose the full online distance learning or the on the dial learning. But if they choose, oh, there it is. If they choose on the dial learning, that means families must understand that that could be in a hybrid model, a full in-person model, or back to a distance learning model, depending on the COVID rates and the data that presents itself. So again, all families K-12, we've sent out information. The survey is open now. If you've already filled it out and you need to make changes after you've heard about the governor's decision, then you can go in and still make changes until January 6th. But you can move from on the dial to 100% online or from 100% online to on the dial. If you do have questions about this, please feel free to call your children's school and we can try to provide those answers and support for you. You must complete that by, again, January 6th, because we have a lot of work with scheduling and staffing at that point. Okay, so we will continue to monitor county data for secondary schools and more information will be coming out. But our next steps, important dates, December 18th through 23rd, we will be gathering feedback from staff. We will be trying to set up meetings with all of our employee groups beginning next week. We have 3 days to get that done, so a lot of meetings will be scheduled. December 18th through January 4th, we'll be working to plan and develop a recommendation to take to the school board with the encouragement and recommendation to try to get our youngest learners back into school. We need to decide, can we staff? Can we do a hybrid? Can we bring them back in person? So a lot of decisions to be made. January 7th, possible school board action on changes in learning models. We'll bring you our recommendations. January 12th, our COVID data team, our district COVID data team will meet to consider criteria for second schools. Our state committee reps with superintendents, principals, and other staff meeting with the governor's office and MDE met on the 16th, just yesterday, and they are also meeting on the 30th and will pull us together after that meeting to see what information comes from that. We're hoping to get more guidance from MD and the governor on the criteria and metrics. And then during the week of January 25th, which we said we would try to see if the data is there to bring back students, we would implement any approved change to the learning model. That's the date we sent. Our quarter for elementary ends on January 22nd. We do want to make note that the governor's new change of plans requires all public school districts to provide a minimum of 2 transition days. We were allocated 5 days. We used 2 days transitioning from hybrid into distance learning. So we will need to look at our calendar and to plan if we're going to use 2 days or 3 days to bring people back. We, on top of the scheduling and the possible staffing, depending on what families choose for their children's learning model. On top of that, we also need to take a look at resetting up all of the classrooms and other learning spaces, because at this time in the hybrid mode, we have all of the desks spread out 6 feet apart, and it's basically half a classroom. So teachers and staff need to come in and reset up their classrooms. It's going to be a lot of work for them, and they've been troopers through this, and we appreciate everything that they've been doing. Okay, before Dr. Cherry starts on the next few slides, I'd also like to mention that we are looking at preschool, and more information will be coming out next week regarding preschool and a possible soft rollout right after winter break. So Dr. Cherry, would you like to take the next few slides for us?
Thank you, Superintendent Lansfeld. Chair Stivlin, members of the board, presenting next, I will share with you the typical data slides that we've been presenting each time we've provided a new learning update. Looking at the data, the first thing that we start with, and this comes right from our Safe Learning Plan provided by the state, our first piece of information is looking at the cases of COVID positive per 10,000 over a 14-day period based on our county residents. And so this was updated just today. The information here is always 2 weeks old, so remember that. But the good news is we are seeing a downward trend, and that is consistent across the state, definitely across the metro area, and consistent with all of your neighbors and what you see here. Our Washington County number this week is 117.88. That has been dropping consistently over the last few weeks. Last week, our rate was 133.55. The previous week, it was 155.73. So we're seeing a really nice downward trend. Saying that, we're also still very high in the number of cases in our county. If you recall, and we're looking at the number of cases per county, where we started in the beginning of the school year was just about at that 20 mark. We were just getting into the 20s. And so we've seen a huge spike, and that has stayed fairly consistent until what we have begun to see in November. So when the governor's restrictions were put into place, we're seeing a response to that right now with the cases going down. Looking at the next slide, a little bit more information coming from Washington County. Not only are we looking at the cases of residents who are testing positive, we're also continuing to pay attention to hospitalizations and the most severe cases where individuals in our community are placed in ICU, and unfortunately also paying attention to the number of deaths in our community, which all continue to rise. So what you see here are the cumulative numbers for each of those things. You'll also see the trend line. Recall back in October, we had an outbreak at our prison, and we saw a spike. There was a lot of questions in our community about how that was affecting our overall rates in our community. As you can see, the blue line, that was the time period where we had the outbreak at the prison. Since then, that information has tapered off, and now we have a combined green rate here. So you're seeing a drop off just within the last couple of weeks. We're heading in a good direction. Moving to the next slide, we also have been paying attention to this data provided by the University of Minnesota. This provides a new lens for us in that we can forecast out. So this pays attention to MDH's daily rates. And we can look at how it compares to the 2-week-old numbers that have been released. Those are the blue triangles. And then we can also forecast out where we anticipate we'll be heading for the next 7 days, which are the purple diamonds. This again is showing us that we have a downward trend, and that is expected to continue. On the next slide, you'll see the rates specifically for Stillwater schools, and this takes a look at what's happening within the zip codes that reside within our school district. Here again, you can see a significant downward trend In the zip codes that reside within Stillwater schools, the current 14-day case rate as of today was 129.9. This is going down, but you can see within our zip codes, within our school district, we're still very high, 129. The next piece of information is we take a look at what is the impact or what is happening specifically within our school community. And this is information that is on our website, our COVID data dashboard. District-wide data, we look a week back. And so this is information that's updated every week. This is showing us the time period from 12/4 through 12/10. Note that we were in distance learning during this time period. We are still getting information from our students as they test positive. So this is information that families have chosen to share with us. And it also is reflective of students who are in childcare or other types of programming within our schools. So during the week of 12/4 through 12/10, we had 11 students we were notified that they had tested positive, and 6 staff members. And with that, we still go through the entire contact tracing process, and we did have to quarantine students and staff during that time period. As you look at the cumulative numbers and where we've been this entire school year, over the course of the school year, we've had 154 students test positive for COVID-19, 87 staff members. And then you can also see the results of the exposures in the school and how that has had an impact on those students and staff members who have also been quarantined since the start of the school year. Sharing this information is something that we will continue to do. We'll continue to pay attention to this information, although the governor's orders have provided us additional flexibility for our youngest learners to come back in person in school. We also need to note that when we did make the move to distance learning, we were doing that primarily because of our operational capacity and our ability to safely staff our classrooms and our schools. So with those high rates of community spread and how that impacts our staff and our students who then would test positive, it's just important to note that while the numbers still remain high in our community, we will still be spending a lot of time making sure that we are going through those mitigation strategies to make sure that we are doing a thorough contact tracing process. And so even when we bring students back into school, whether it's hybrid or in person, fully in person, families still need to be prepared for a quick model shift in case we do have to quarantine a classroom. And with that, I am going to pass it over to Mr. Pauly, who's going to share with us some really exciting stuff about students in our schools since Monday. Yeah, thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Dr. Cherry. Good evening. I'm very excited to share some updates regarding our special education enhanced distance learning model. As you recall, a couple of board meetings ago, we kind of talked through what this model looked like and shared what our plans were to move forward. On Monday, we began providing our enhanced distance learning programming, and we started serving 105 students in person within the district. That's K through 12 and in our transition program. And this was really a quick turnaround, and it really was due to the partnership with our families who really worked very hard with our staff to put together a really strong individual program for each of their students, and our staff who just worked very, very hard and did an awesome job. And so it's been a great start to the week, and our students are receiving wonderful services. Just as a reminder, with enhanced services, really the focus is on prioritizing in-person services for those students with intensive needs, and particularly those needs that can't be met in a virtual format. For the most part, our students of this 105 are coming into the school about 4 days a week, 2.5 to 3 hours a day to receive very small group individual support for those intensive needs. We do have some students that are coming in basically a full day or a 6.5-hour day, a handful that require that level of service. And we also have students that receive periodic a day or two a week for an hour of individual support. And so that really kind of fits in with our this tiered model that we talked about. And so we're excited about that. If we want to shift over to the next slide, an example of the tier 2 enhancements is a wonderful program and model that was developed by our team and our staff. What it is, it's a mobile classroom. So on Monday, we rolled this out. And what this is, it's a little school bus, as you can see, that we've retrofitted with a couple desks, and we've fitted it out with all the technology it needs to be mobile. And this bus can go to curbside to a family's home, and the students can come out and receive their direct services in this mobile, what we call the mobile classroom. And you see here in the picture, these actually are two of our students that are in the transition program. And you can see two of our wonderful paraprofessionals who are providing those services as the bus, sits and is parked in front of their home. So I want to, with this, it's a pilot. It's a model that if we find success with, we certainly, as the need is there, we would like to expand it and maybe have a fleet of these buses. We'll see how that goes, but we're looking at it closely. And so far, it's been really working wonderful. And I really do want to, on this, I want to thank our transition teachers and paraprofessionals who took this idea and made it into a reality. And also John Perry and the technology team who really stepped up and went and assessed what it needed and put in energy sources and hotspots and all kinds of things to make this happen. So another fun thing that I just want to share is I believe we have a short clip that shows this classroom in action. Well, I didn't hear the sound. I hope there was some sound. If not, you kind of missed out on some of the excitement that the students and the staff are having, but so we're excited to share that.
I apologize for that. This will be shared, so look for it on social media and in our e-newsletter this week too. I apologize that the sound didn't come through.
Hey, and with that, we are ready for any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions, board members? Let's go with Director Sherman.
I just had a question on you had mentioned, I think 3 grades at a time were allowed back. Is that, it was probably on the slide and I missed it, but is that a state or a district, two parts? Is that a state or a district? And then also, would those 3 grades include preschool or special education services? Would those count as kind of a grade, or, would that be traditional grades, I guess, in addition to preschool?
Thank you, Director Sherman. So the rolling up of maximum of 3 grades at a time is from the state. And so we can only bring back up to 3 grades per building at a time, beginning after January 18th, unless you have indicated before the governor's announcement yesterday that you had a date of possibly coming back. At this time, we are looking at a possible soft rollout with preschool immediately after winter break, but we're still talking that through. That would be the only group of students that we would possibly bring back before our January 25th kind of goal date. And we're still working this through because we need to look at the calendar and figure out if we can bring back students. When will we do the transition days? What will that look like? What kind of staffing we'll need? And so a lot of information to come, and we'll see if we can get there.
Director Pelletier.
Chair, thank you, Allison. That was the preschool was actually my my question. I'm really happy to hear that you are actively just knowing that that is kind of a top of mind issue. And Jennifer, I just wanted to thank you. We had a conversation about this yesterday, and you provided a lot of information that I just want to thank you so much for that. And because I think focusing on our youngest learners wherever we can, first and foremost, as things roll out is wonderful. And Paul, I just wanted to thank you for the video. I was hoping we could have heard that. I can imagine the elation, but it really helps, I think, us to see this in real time, to see how it actually something specifically impacts our students like that. So it's tough. We can talk about it and put it on slides and whatnot, but boy, it certainly tells a better story when you can see it firsthand. So I just wanted to thank you for that.
Any other questions? Director Potacek?
Yes, Paul, a question I had on I think it was 105 students and they were tier 3. Am I correct there?
Yeah, yes, the majority of those students, so we might be thinking of two different things. One is kind of the tiers in our enhanced distance learning. Yeah, those would all be students that would kind of fit into that that tier that require those in-person services.
Okay, so what it sounds to me, and you're kind of answering my questions, of the students who've been identified, we're serving most of those, if not all, that 105.
Yeah, at this time and starting on Monday, all of the students that are in our cluster site or site-based programs are being provided in-person services. And so that's that group of students from that have already started the in-person services. There may be other students that, as time goes on and we look at their ability to progress and to see how are they doing with the virtual type service model. If they're not making progress, we'll also be talking with them and their families about bringing them in for additional in-person as well.
See, I was trying to get a feel, and you've answered that, whether this was a pilot or we were attempting to all kids who would fit in that group. That's what the latter.
Yes, yes.
The other question particularly the one that showed the bus in the instruction going there, do we get help with financing that particular bus or that mode of delivery?
Well,
I'm saying, are the feds or is the state giving us support to do that? Because it seems like a very novel kind of approach, and I like that. And
yep. So the technology side of it, and I don't know exactly with John which kind of budget code he used for that, but a lot of the money that we have received for support for the COVID and the pandemic has been used on technology. So I would assume that yes, that the technology side has been supported with those additional funding. That particular bus that you're looking at there, we own. And so there's not, besides the cost of the bus that we purchased for the transition program a while back, there's little cost in that bus. Now, if we were to roll it out with more buses, special ed transportation, we get significant reimbursement of that cost for special ed. So there's not a lot of extra cost involved. And we use our paraprofessionals actually to drive that bus. They're licensed and certified to drive the small bus like that. So we're kind of using our internal paraprofessional support for driving as well.
Thank you.
Yep.
Director Petrie?
I just have a clarifying question for Superintendent Lansfeld, and I'm sorry if I missed this, but when you were talking in your presentation about bringing the youngest learners back on sort of a rolling 2-week basis, we're still talking about hybrid learning where we just have half the number of students in a classroom at a time. Is that correct?
Not necessarily. They are encouraging us, if possible, to bring back students to an in-person learning model, but we need to see what we can pull off, especially with operational capacity. The goal is to have students back in person, if possible. So we need to look at this. We need to look at our staffing. We need to make sure that we have enough possible subs, paras, childcare, custodians, nutrition. We're going through all of that again and schedules to see what we can do. The hybrid learning model was not meant to be long-term. It was meant to be a bridge between the distance and the in-person. And we know, I know anecdotally just from talking to teachers, that the hybrid is a lot of work to sustain and maintain. And the teachers have been knocking it out of the park when they have been doing it, but we realize it's a lot of extra work. So we're going to see what we can do with our decisions after we have some time to plan a meet. And after we do that, we'll be taking a recommendation to the school board during the January 7th meeting.
Thank you.
Director Sherman?
I think it was the last meeting, Melinda, that you had mentioned, and I forget the name of the committee, the community committee that's kind of identifying some parameters.
The COVID Data Advisory Committee.
Thank you. Are you looking to have them start meeting earlier based on this additional guidance, or where is that at?
With the elementary schools, with the governor's announcement, all of the metrics and everything kind of shifted out. They want the kids back in school. So we need to see what we can do. But with the secondary, they're saying go back to that safe learning plan. We are hoping after the meeting on the 30th with the state committee meeting with the governor's office and MDE, we might have information. We will find out then, and then we'll make that decision. But currently we have a scheduled meeting with the COVID Data Advisory team on January 12th. We would not be bringing back, we do not plan to bring back our secondary students immediately. So we're just starting with the youngest. So that gives us some time, we believe, to meet with them on January 12th and make some decisions about the secondary schools. Dr. Cherry, I don't know if you want to add anything, if I covered everything with that.
I think you covered everything, and just to reiterate, the focus at this time is to bring our youngest learners back first. The epidemiology is telling us that the spread amongst our youngest students under 10 and under is where we are finding that the spread is not occurring in the same numbers, and the ill effects are not occurring at the same numbers. So with these mitigation strategies, the new ones that have been put in place to protect our staff, the adults in the building, the focus really is on how do we bring all of our little learners back as soon as possible.
And looking at other districts, looking at the positive cases coming from students, the majority of them, anecdotally, it's coming from the secondary schools because they have the ability, probably the need to be more social. So a lot more exposure to them, and we're seeing a lot more positive cases with the older students than the younger.
And I'll just add one more point. While we had students in person all the way through October into November, we did not have outbreaks in our schools. We had one situation where we were questioning if it was an outbreak or not, but we did not have community spread occurring among students in our schools. That's really, I think, an important point to note, that the community spread is happening outside of our schools. It's through social contacts when people are unmasked and relaxed in close proximity and in those social situations. And so with the governor's orders and the new guidance, we're feeling very good about the protections that will be in place for our staff members.
Director Weisberg.
Thank you, Dr. Cherry, for making that statement too. A few weeks ago, maybe about a month ago, former board member Tim Brewington gave a speech at Open Forum and asked if we could hear more about what's happening in special education. So I just wanted to tell Polly, I appreciate the report you gave tonight, and I hope that we can continue to hear what's happening for that group of students. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Director Patajic?
Yes, and I don't know, Melinda, if you want to take this, or Dr. Cherry, if you want to take it. One of the things, questions that I've heard raised is that some of the numbers that we have seen on the rise, and hopefully we seem to be going down now, was due to the Thanksgiving holiday. And we're going down, and hopefully that downward trend continues. Were the people that you met with, the medical people particularly, are they concerned about this may all spike again around the Christmas and New Year's holiday?
We have been told, even with Thanksgiving, to expect a spike after MEA, Halloween, Thanksgiving, anytime that people are gathering or traveling. It's been out there. The reason why it's starting to trend down now, it is 2 weeks after Thanksgiving, but the governor's mitigation strategies to keep things closed. It's the bars and the restaurants, and especially late at night when people are a little bit more relaxed, out and about town, that's when it's spreading. And so even though it's been very, very difficult for small businesses, restaurants, and other establishments, it seems to be helping as a pretty strong mitigation strategy.
Okay. And I just want to piggyback. I thought of one other thing while you were talking. What's happening with the Pony Center?
The Pony, I'm sorry.
The
Pony Center, the PAC.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, we're going to have to work on plans to see what we can do to possibly reopen some of that, but we're still going through the MSHL. Just had another meeting today with more guidelines, so we'll be meeting with community ed and our athletic department to see where that goes, and more information will be coming out.
Thank you.
Director Riley?
Did I see something that showed that the data in surrounding states also went down as we did? So everybody around us is trending down? And they didn't have the same measures of lockdown that we had?
I don't know at this time what the other states are. I don't know, Dr. Cherry, if you've seen that.
I haven't seen it. As you know, Director Riley, I pay attention to what's happening in Wisconsin rather closely. And from the data I've been viewing, it looks like the cases are still continuing to stay pretty steady in Wisconsin, but I don't have the details of all of our surrounding states and their trends.
Any other questions or comments on our learning model? Director Sherman?
Just my last question is, I think a long time ago, I had heard that transportation routes are challenging and can be time consuming. So when the plan gets developed, I just don't want that to, I don't want that to get lost because I'm assuming that that'll have to be a part of the plan. And I know that, I think it was 2 weeks lead time. So I didn't know if you wanted to comment on that or if it's still, that lead time is still what it is and we're just gonna have to plan around that. But I know that that was an issue previously.
Yeah, if our survey closes on January 6th for families to make choices on learning models, that's when the transportation will be busy rerouting, and they should have time enough to do that. So sufficient time.
All right, if there aren't any other questions or comments, I think we can go ahead and move on. Our next item on the agenda tonight is B, the contract reviews, and I see John Tyne is ready to help share some information on that for us.
Good evening, Board Chair, Directors, Superintendent. A few things have changed since my return, and one of them happens to be the authority of the administration to still issue contracts for under a specific amount, 50,000, but to report to the board on any contracts that are signed and approved. And there's one tonight, and it's for Dreambox Learning. And that's a company that offers software products and services to provide personalized math instruction. That contract is for $3,500. And I'll make that brief and to the point.
All right, thank you very much. Does anybody have a question about this or a comment? All right, thank you very much, John.
Thank you.
Sounds awesome. All right, we are done with reports tonight, so let's move on. We have a lengthy list of action items tonight and some very important ones. We'll begin with item A, which is the audit presentation, and I see we have some guests here ready to present some awesome information for us. Am I turning this over to Dennis? I see John.
I guess, Board Chair, if that's okay.
Yes.
Superintendent, board members. Each year, the district engages a outside audit firm to do an audit of the district financial picture. And this year, Clifton, Larson, and Allen, LLP, conducted the audit. And the principal for the firm is Dennis Hogeveen, and he's here tonight to make a presentation on the audit and to answer any questions you may have. So Dennis, I'll turn that over to you. I assume.
Thank you, John.
There you are. Hi, Dennis.
And with me tonight, I have John Lorenzini and Lance Lauinger. It does not take 3 people to present an audit, but since we're new to the school district, I wanted to have you meet the people who worked with me on the audit. And so that's why we've got John with me and Lance as well. We want to start by thanking Lynn for all of her hard work in the business office. No one wants to do a virtual audit, trust me. This is not the way to get to know a school district by having COVID-19 and having to do a virtual audit. I am not intending to put words in her mouth, but I guarantee you this is not the way that Lynn would choose to do an audit for the first year. This did not go according to her plan. It did not go according to our plan. I guarantee you she's very accustomed to doing an audit at the, I think generally around the end of August and finishing it up around the early part of September. This is very non-traditional for not only you as a school board, it's very non-traditional for Lynn's timeline. We fully anticipate that after this odd year, that things will, we in fact discussed it today. This is going to be a great audit. It really is. Everything about this tells us that this is going to run like clockwork after this first year. Nothing about this was normal. With the turnover of the staff, and then it was just an unusual year. Just everything about it was bad. I mean, 2020, we're very anxious to get past this and to move on, and for a whole host of reasons. But what we want you to know is how much we appreciate all the hard work of the business office. They were phenomenal to work with. We know it's going to be a great audit. We appreciated all the hard work, and that the fact that They just rose to the challenge, and despite all the weirdness about it, they just kept persevering and moving forward. And the audit was finalized today. In fact, deadlines are a funny thing because you can't do anything about them. They just show up and you have to just keep moving forward. So the audit was approved today at 4:12 today. In fact, the superintendent signed the letter that kind of accepted the audit reports, and as did John. At 4:12, we received what's called the representation letter, and that's the indication that the school district has accepted the audit reports. There's 3 main reports. There's a CAFR. The school district puts together what the acronym is called CAFR, a Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. You're holding yourself out to a higher standard than you would have to do. By state statute, you have to have an annual audit, but you don't have to put together a comprehensive annual financial report. You choose to do that. It's got a lot of great historical 10-year historical information in it with statistical tables and a transmittal letter and things like that. So that was finalized today and approved by our quality control department. So it'll be issued as a final document tomorrow, and I'm sure they'll route it to everyone. And then there's a single audit report because you expended. I don't mean to be taking John's story away from him. He's going to be going through all of these results here shortly. I'm just explaining to you that there's 3 different documents that we're going to be releasing. And then the executive audit summary. The executive audit summary is our communication as your auditor to you as board members. Sometimes auditors refer to that as the management letter. We think it's more than that. So we call it the executive audit summary. And what we're looking for that executive audit summary to be is what we're looking for it to be is an easily readable document that's insightful and useful and thought-provoking. And what we realize is it's going to take some getting used to as new board members and as a new relationship with the new auditor. If you've been on a board for a long time, and I know there's been some retirements because we've been sitting here listening to the board members thinking about their past service to the school district and things like that. So it can get maybe a little bit difficult to something that you've been used to for a number of years. It can be challenging to all of a sudden have a new report and all of a sudden it'd be totally different than something that you've been used to for a period of time. Be patient with us. Hopefully what we're looking for is having an open mind to say, maybe there is a different way to look at things and maybe a different way to interpret information, because what we're looking for is that we want it to be something that you go back to and pick up when you're updating the budget and when you're doing a mid-year budget update, that you go back to that executive audit summary and use it as a tool to help you in your oversight responsibility as board members. So hopefully that when we come back to you and if you have input as far as what you would find helpful and things like that, don't hesitate to give us some feedback in that way, because we certainly sent it to John and Lynn and Dale and asked them for their input on behalf of you as board members. But hopefully you find that to be true, that you find it to be helpful and whatnot, even though it's going to be quite different than what you've been used to in the past. So with all of that, let's ask John to kind of walk us through the results of the audit, if you don't mind, take us into the first slide, and then we're just going to kind of tag team it here, and then the 3 of us are going to walk you through this PowerPoint slide, and then we're going to stand for any questions at the end. But to the extent you want to interject something as we go through it, we're totally fine with that if you're fine with that as well. I think, was it Krista that's going to advance our slides for us? We can move that slide the first. Are we controlling it, John, or is?
No, Krista has control.
Okay, Chris, if you
I
could advance
apologize.
that.
I'm not sure what's happening here. Let me keep working.
All right.
All right. Is it working now?
No, Krista, we're looking at the PDF.
I don't have anything other than the PDF. I apologize.
Oh, well, but if you have the PDF, you could still advance that. That's fine.
Oh, just scroll down. Yeah.
Is it not working? It's scrolling on my end. I apologize. Okay. Bear with me.
Carissa, I could share my screen if that would help.
Why don't we do that? I'm going to stop sharing. I apologize. I'm not sure why it wasn't working on my end. It's moving.
Never trust technology.
Give me 1 second here. Fortunately, I've done this a couple times this fall already, so I'm getting better at it. Let's see. All right, can everyone see that?
Yep.
Okay, great. So thank you, Dennis. Yeah, as Dennis said, we're just going to kind of start off here by going over just kind of a high level summary of the audit results. So starting first of all with the audit opinion, this is obviously what you hire us for, to audit the financial statements, the CAFR, as Dennis pointed out. And we issued what's known as an unmodified audit opinion, or a clean audit opinion. It's the best you can get. It means that the district's financial statements were prepared in accordance with accounting requirements. There were no material misstatements or anything like that. And all the required disclosures are there as well. So that is great to report. Yellow Book compliance findings. So the district's audit is under governmental auditing standards. That's what we refer to as Yellow Book standards. And so if there were any compliance issues that would have a material impact on the district's financial statements, we would communicate those to you as the school board. And we're pleased that there were no such findings like that. As part of our audit in the planning process, we walk through the district's internal controls, and anything that comes up as part of planning our audit, we also communicate that to you as the school board. And we did have one material weakness in our report, and it sounds a bit misleading when we're talking about internal controls, because essentially this was just an accounting adjustment. The district had some unspent grant and donation amounts that were being tracked in an unearned revenue account. And when we dug into the accounting for this, we determined that there was really no reason why those amounts shouldn't have been recognized as revenue already. So we wanted to adjust that. And basically, anytime we have an adjustment that goes over a certain dollar threshold, as auditors, we automatically have to include it in our report as a material weakness. So it's definitely not the type of thing that would be any cause for concern for the board. It's really just kind of an accounting matter, and we wanted to get that adjusted so that we're comfortable with the revenue recognition going forward. And as Dennis kind of stole a little bit of my thunder, the single audit is obviously required anytime a school district spends more than $750,000 in federal funds, which is pretty much every year for most school districts. And so this year we tested the district child nutrition program, and we're pleased to report that there were no findings or anything that came up with the single audit. All right, moving along here, the Office of the State Auditor issues a checklist essentially of all the state statutes that apply to Minnesota school districts. And we complete that checklist as part of our audit. And it's actually quite a lengthy checklist. So to come out of that with no compliance findings is pretty impressive. Most of our audits have, one or two things here or there that they kind of get tripped up on. So we're pretty happy to report that there were no Minnesota legal compliance findings this year. As far as new accounting standards this year, we did have one that was implemented. It was GASB 84 fiduciary activities. And I'm sure the board members have heard about this, the previous couple of years. This was the standard that required student activity funds to be brought under board control and included in the school's general fund. So that's why this year there's not going to be a separate report that you see on student activity funds. Previously, your auditor would have to issue a separate opinion on that. This year, it's all rolled in the general fund, so just a couple less reports that you'll see. We also like to keep the board informed of upcoming accounting standards, what's on the horizon. The next kind of big standard that's going to have an impact on your financials is GASB 87, which is a standard that changes the treatment of leases. And this standard was actually delayed by a year. It originally would have been effective for your fiscal year 21, or the year that we're currently in. And it was actually delayed a year due to the COVID concerns. And so that will be effective the following year, the year ended June 30th, 2022. There were no uncorrected misstatements in the financial statements, and we also had no disagreements with management during the audit process, which is great to report. So I will turn it back over to Dennis quickly to talk about some of the school district's fund balances.
So I apologize up front that this gets a little bit tiny as far as print, but hopefully if you're looking at a screen in front of you, hopefully it'll still be legible to you. This is just a summary of the school's general fund. And if you told me that I had to limit the communication of audit results to 1 page every year, and if you gave me 1 page to summarize the entire audit, this is what I would come up with, because it tells me in the first column, you know, where you started the year with fund balance, and then it tells me, okay, here's my audited revenues, my audited expenditures, and then how I ended the year. And it also tells me how I did relative, you know, on my budget to actual kind of results. So if we kind of go from left to right here, you started the year with your total general fund balance of $21,932. But, you know, as board members, we're still getting to know you as a board, but in my experience, we always want board members to focus their attention on the unassigned category of fund balance, because programmatically, your attention should always be on what you have available in the unassigned category of fund balance, because the legislature likes to attach, you know, strings to the funding that they give you as board members, because anything in the restricted category has basically a string attached to it. So when they give you $1 to spend for gifted and talented, they expect you to spend it on the gifted and talented program. Same with basic skills, same with learning development, LTFM, et cetera. So if there's $1 unspent at the end of the year, it's really beside the point if it's sitting in a restricted fund balance. That's why, same with non-spendable. You know, in the non-spendable category of fund balance, if you've already invested fund balance in a prepaid item, or in, you know, another way non-spendable is in inventory, you know, like in the food service fund, if you've already invested it by buying something, you can't spend it on something else. A different category is for committed. A committed category of fund balance means that the school board's taken official action to say, we're committed to using a portion of fund balance, in this particular case, for technology. And you've had at least 2 years when you've said, we're going to set aside $983,000 to use for technology. In the assigned category, you can actually assign that responsibility to say, we have an intent at a moment in time to use fund balance for severance benefit or for donations. It doesn't mean you have to use it for that, but it's a statement of intent at a moment in time. So the assigned category doesn't tie the school board's hands in any way. It's just a statement of an intent at a moment in time. But for that reason, we really need your attention, you know, every year at June 30th to come back up to that unassigned category. So the only difference with the unassigned category last year is that John already mentioned the fact that you had a restatement of fund balance for the unearned revenue category. So you added about $933,000 to that unassigned category at the beginning of the year, because your original fund balance last year from last year's audit was $6,078,000. We've already restated this June 30th, 2019 balance to be $7,011,000. Or 6.37%, as expressing it as a percentage of last year's expenditures. So, so that's what you started the year at. And then, you know, audited revenues came in at $113,876,000. I guess I'd want to draw your attention to the fact that the budget for the year was $113,975,000 for a net variance, the bottom there of under the audited revenues column, just $99,561. I was kind of curious, not having the experience with the district, if that was sort of what you're accustomed to as a board, if the on $114 million, if you're used to your variance on revenues being 0.9%. So I looked to see what the variance was last year. It was 2.2% or 2.4 million. So this was an unusual year. This was unusually close, getting that, within $100,000 on 114 million is pretty remarkable. I don't know that anybody should expect that it's going to be that close every year, but that's really good budgeting. And then on the expenditure side, you can see that the budget was 113 million. Let's round it to 113,500,000, and the actual came in at 107 million for the year, for a net variance of just short of 6.4 million. Which without context, that sounds like a pretty significant variance, but it really isn't, because when you dig into the details of that 6.4 million or 5.63%, and I don't mean again to take Lance's thunder away, because he's probably going to break this down into additional detail a little bit later. But I can't help but point out the fact that nearly 4 million of that, or 3.8 million of that variance, is all capital related. It's just strictly timing differences. And I'm guessing COVID-19 or the distance learning had a huge impact on timing of capital projects that didn't get done by June 30th. So 3.8 million lobbed off the top of the 5.63% brings the net variance down to, I had this written down here, down to 2.3%. So if you took the 5.63% variance and lobbed off what was strictly capital related timing differences, your net variance just by taking the capital off of there brings the net variance down to 2.3%. And so in a COVID year, that's nothing because of the timing differences of, closing buildings for 2.5 months and not having the natural gas or the electrical bills. I think I saw somewhere, we do analytical reviews as part of the audits, and that was $1 million or something that you saved by not having your buildings open and something like that. And then you had something like $600,000 of less donations coming in because of fundraisers that didn't happen at the end of the year. And then if you don't take in this fundraising money, then you had $600,000 of expenditures that didn't happen for purchase services. So it was an in and an out that didn't happen, that they were direct corresponding things that happened. So I was just trying to come up with some, again, I apologize, Lance, because you're probably going to cover this again later in a different slide, but I was kind of curious. 6.4 million kind of jumped out at me and thinking like, wait a minute, what was going on here? So I just did some quick and dirty math on the back of a napkin. I had some time on my hands while we were watching for the, while this board meeting was going on. So I was kind of curious. So I was just kind of adding up here. So I got to 6.4 million by doing $1 million of utility costs that weren't being incurred because you closed your buildings down for 2.5 months or something like that. And then you had like $600,000 of purchase services because donations didn't come in. And you had $3.8 million of capital items that were just strictly pushed into 2021 because they didn't get done by June 30th. You had about $1 million of salaries that you didn't incur, which on $56 million, not, over budgeting $1 million on salaries is really nothing. So that's normal. That's perfectly normal. And then that gets you to the 6.4 million right there. And so it might sound like a lot, but when you add the context, it's really not, a big deal. And so, and then being within $100,000 on $114 million, that's incredibly close. And I don't want any board member to ever think that you're that good. Lynn is good, or Dale or whoever did the budgeting, but don't ever think it's going to be that close every year, because I just pointed out that last year it was 2.2% or 2.4 million. So that's probably more realistic on that big of a budget to be off. So the general fund had a good year, is my point. But a big portion of that was timing differences, and then in 2021. Looking at the next slide then, John, did I lose you? Oh, there we go. In terms of the food service program, again, and we've seen some districts that reacted promptly to the impact of COVID-19 and the distance learning and things like that, and then others that weren't as successful. But this, obviously your fund balance that really close to what the end result that had been budgeted was, even though the revenues and the expenditures were off correspondingly about 12%. And so the underlying details for this are in the summary. So all we've done was we've just taken the subtotals, because as you saw with the general fund, the numbers get so tiny that we just strictly took the subtotals for the fund for this particular slide. But if you're interested in the underlying details, it's all in the executive audit summary for anybody that's interested. So we just took the subtotals for this particular slide. But you can see here for the budget to actual outcomes, the revenues were off about 543,000, but you're able to quickly adapt and keep the expenditures in check by about the same percent as your revenue off. And then the net impact on ending fund balance off to the far right was only about 29,000 off for the year, which is really a good indication that you were able to adapt and get costs in line with the impact on the revenues. Not so much in the community education fund. And anecdotally, I would say that we've seen the full range of that to be true in the community education fund. We've seen funds or school districts where we had huge impacts because of COVID-19 on the ending fund balance in the community education fund. I really didn't talk too much about Clifton Larson Allen as a firm, since we're new to the school district. We work as a firm. Clifton Larson Allen works with more school districts and charter schools in the state of Minnesota than any other CPA firm. So we have a lot of experience with knowing there were multiple impacts of school districts that were able to quickly adapt and others that maybe weren't as quick, or they made just different choices as far as what they were going to do with furloughing of staff or dropping programming and things like that, or quickly adapting their programming to things that people could utilize in terms of, programming and before and after school programming and whatnot. So some school districts that, names that you might recognize, like Roseville and Lakeville and Rosemount and Burnsville and Minnetonka and Hopkins, just to throw out some names of school districts that you'd recognize. But we've seen the full range of community education fund in particular, where some districts were able to come out very well, just very similar to what we just kind of discussed with the food service program. And then we've seen other school districts where they took a pretty significant hit to their ending fund balance, but they'll adapt and they'll learn how to, recover from that in 2021. And I'd say this is one of those ones where it took a pretty significant hit directly as a result of the impact of COVID-19 and having to reduce programming and some of the choices that were made. But hopefully that'll all recover going forward. In terms of the building fund, that's just kind of winding down, as you can see here. In terms of the debt service fund, this is a little bit misleading here, because you have significant budget variances between total revenues and total expenditures. But if you it's really only because of the way we've summarized the activity here. There was some debt refunding that occurred it's an other financing source and use on the financial statements, but because of the way we don't have any way to present it here other than under the revenue and expenditure columns. And so the district did some debt refinancing to save the taxpayers some, significant tax savings to the taxpayers. And so that shows up as a budget variance, but it's not actually revenues and expenditures, it's other financing sources and uses. So that's why it shows up this way, but it's definitely a benefit to taxpayers. So I wanted to point that out here. It's not an actual budget variance the way it shows on here. And there's mechanisms in place to make sure that you don't over levy for the debt service fund. There's mechanisms in place. And then the proprietary and trust fund summary here is just strictly your self-insurance and your irrevocable trust agreements. And those things are operated as intended to stabilize your self-insurance fund and whatnot there. And so everything's working as intended and working really well. In terms of the next slide, it's just a way of looking at the 5-year historical trends on your disenrollment. Nothing too shocking there, except that, between 2019 and 2020, the enrollment virtually was unchanged going into 2020 at 0.24. And I'd say, a lot of districts found that with distance learning and whatnot, families were making some difficult choices and whatnot. So this was, again, anecdotally very common that districts found that to be the case. In terms of the next slide, you're a district that has a huge impact on open enrollment due to the impact of charter schools, of course. And one of the things I found interesting, then one of the things we're probably going to add to this just to make it a little bit more interesting, I think, going forward is I always like to look at, and I didn't think to add it soon enough, but while we were waiting, for the meeting, I was just kind of looking at if we could just divide the net ADM served line by the total resident line. I was just kind of curious over the 5-year period, are you the percentage of the total residents, are you losing ground, or are you maintaining the same proportionate share of the total residents as you kind of over that five-year period? And you're pretty much holding your own for the most part. In 2016, you were serving about 86.5% of the residents. And in 2020, it was at about 84.7%. So it's really not, a drastic change. I just find, just kind of using that as a way of measuring whether you're losing ground or not is just kind of an interesting way to throw that statistic in there. So we'll probably be adding that in there in the future. So we're going to turn it over to Lance then and talk about the general fund balance.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Can everyone hear me? Yep. Okay, great. So this next slide here, we are looking at the general fund balance over the last 5 years. And this particular graph looks at fund balance as a percent of expenditures in the general fund. This blue line, the top blue line there, makes up is the total fund balance. So it encompasses all the different fund balance pieces that Dennis had kind of previously talked about, the restricted, assigned, non-spendable, unassigned portion. And then the bottom, the black line is the unassigned fund balance as a percent of expenditures, or just the unassigned piece of the fund balance as a percent of expenditures. And when we're looking at it, as you can see over the last couple years, we've seen a steady increase in fund balance as a percent of expenditures. This last year, it increased from 6.4% to 9.7%, which is above the the district's policy says that they will maintain a minimum of 5% of unassigned fund balance as a percent of expenditures. So right in line with the district's policy. You can go ahead and forward, John. This next slide is the general fund's revenue sources over the past 5 years. And you'll see, there's a couple large pieces that make up the general fund revenue. The yellow piece is the property taxes. The green, the largest piece for the general fund revenue, is the state aid. And then there's also some federal aid, is the purple on the right side of the screen. And then on the left is just kind of just various miscellaneous revenues that come into the school district. And overall, as you can see, as the revenues have increased, they've very much stayed very proportional to each other. The overall revenue increase, the revenues increased for the general fund about 3.7 million for the year. That's up 3.4% to a total revenue of 113.9 million for the year. property taxes obviously increased about 7.7%. And then the biggest piece is that state aid revenue increased about 3.1% for the year. You can go to the next one, John. This next slide shows the general fund expenditures by object code, and Dennis really touched on a lot of this already, so I won't kind of rehash a lot of those details, but just looking at this, the school district is very people driven. The bulk of the the expenses for the school district are going to be those salaries and benefits along with that. But as Dennis touched on, the actual expenditures for the year came in under budget by about 6.3 million, or about 5.6%, and decreased compared to last year as well, about 2.9 million or 2.7%. Again, there was those large decreases in expenditures for capital outlay, which is that biggest piece there, that 3.8 million. But again, Dennis touched on a lot of this already, so I won't dig into the details anymore for that. This next slide is the food service fund. Again, Dennis touched on a lot of this already, but this just looks at the operating results for the food service fund, and obviously it had was impacted by COVID-19, disrupting the school district throughout the year. So both revenue and expenditures, proportionally decreased, or were under budget this year, about 12%, as Dennis had mentioned. But again, fund balance increased, right in line with kind of what was budgeted. The fund balance increased about 180,000 for the year, or about 18.9%. Head to the next slide. This next slide just shows the meals served for the food service fund, and as you can see, and as expected, just based off of the disruption that was caused by COVID-19, you'll see pretty significant drop in the meals served, just as a result of everything that was going on. So not a whole lot to touch on there, but go ahead to the next one. This next slide is the community service fund, the operating results, and again, this is a fund that was disrupted again because of COVID-19, causing class cancellations and adjustments throughout the year. The biggest piece here for fund balance, when we look at fund balance as a percent of expenditures, decreased. Last year it was about 21.2% fund balance was as a percentage of expenditures. It decreased down to 8.3%. Fund balance, actually decreased about 888,000 for the year, just because of the disruption and that caused by the pandemic. So I will pass it back on to Dennis for the next slide here.
So one of the things we like to use this particular slide for is to look at general fund expenditures per student. So we're just strictly taking the total expenditures of the general fund and dividing by the number of students served. And typically with the general progression of this particular slide is you have just the normal inflationary pressures where the slide goes off to the right, sort of in a normal progression off to the right. And you don't normally see a progression where it goes backwards, where the cost goes backward like it did for 2020. So if you go into the kind of dig into the details for that, it's a non-traditional, you don't see that happen all that often. The only time you typically see that happen is where you have a district where you don't have a lot of capital outlay happening in a fund typically, or something big happens with purchase services or something. And I think that's maybe what happened here, due to the instance of some of the things we already talked about with COVID-19. There was something where you had a pretty substantial savings that were incurred with purchase services, and then you had some savings that were in terms of timing differences with capital items. But the other thing that you can't get away from is that there were some pretty significant cost controls that were implemented as well. And so both in 2018 and 2019, it was pretty flat. You know, it's not the normal inflationary off to the right kind of things that you would normally see. So again, those results don't just happen, is sort of my point. I mean, that takes some effort to keep those normal inflationary pressures from keeping those costs per student from going off to the right. It's just a normal thing that happens with government. So when it goes the opposite way, it's you have to kind of take notice of that. So that's all I really wanted to point out with that particular graph. On the next one, this is, you know, what we're trying to do with just using regular profiles data that is published by the Department of Education, and we're not claiming to get this 100% exactly right. We're trying to imitate data that's available from MDE, basically. And again, we all know that there are people in every community that have an agenda and they can manipulate data and stuff like that. So what we're trying to do whenever possible is to try and create data that's really not subject to manipulation or misinterpretation and things like that. So generally, when we can get published data that's available from MDE and we could try and replicate it, and I know that there's a very similar set of data at the back of in the statistical section of the district's CAFR, but it's really only focused on the general fund. And this goes beyond that because it's got other funds and things like that. But what I take away from this, when I look at a school district's profiles data, what I'm looking for is if a school district has less resources available than other school districts do, I kind of want to take a look at where are you making your investments? Are you spending less on administration, for example? If you have less resources available, are you investing what you do have proportionately in the classroom? You know, in the categories of expenditures that are more classroom related. I always like to point out, for example, if your cost per ADM is higher for community ed than the average, that's always a good thing. It's counterintuitive, but if your cost per ADM is higher in community ed, that's a really good thing because, you know, that's an indication that people are choosing to participate in the programming that you're offering. They're paying dollars out of their own pockets to participate in that programming. That's not something that you're levying for the most part. That's something they're choosing to pull money out of their pocket to participate in. So that's actually a really positive thing if your cost per ADM in community service is higher than the averages. So I just like to point things like that out. The other thing that something like this tells me is if your costs per student are significantly lower than the 7-county metro area average, that really can be a true indication that there might be the possibility that the community is willing to support that particular school district and saying, hey, you know, we might not be giving our school district the kind of support they might need to be competitive. And so that's why we publish data like that, is just because that's for you as a school board to make those kind of determinations. But data like that can be an indicator that there might be some room there for the community to understand that maybe there's some room for some support there. With that, those are the things that we wanted to chat with you about. We are so excited to work with the school district. Again, this isn't the way that we wanted our first year to work with the audit relationship to go, but we're very excited about what the future holds in this relationship. To the extent you've got feedback for us, we'd love to hear it. With that, we will stand for any questions or comments or things like that right now, if you have anything for us.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Let's go to Director Weisberg.
Thank you. Could you go back to your very first slide when you talked about the material weakness in internal controls, and just explain a little bit more what that means? What was the dollar threshold for the weakness? I think he mentioned that there's a dollar threshold that exceeded. And was it an understated item or an overstated item?
Yeah, so I'll take that. So this was related to the restatement that Dennis brought up. So the dollar amount of that was, I think, $933,000. But that was essentially just the balance of those grants and donation amounts that were the school district was tracking as unspent. So that was the amount as of last year, or June 30th, 2019. And when we looked at that and we said, we really don't think there's any reason why those amounts shouldn't have been recognized as revenue. We think they should really probably be tracked in fund balance. And that's where they are now. They're down in that one of those assigned fund balance lines. And so what we did was we took the balance as of June 30th, 19, and we added that back to beginning fund balance. And that's where, you know, if the dollar amount is high enough, it's just considered material and we have to put it as a finding.
Okay, and those are assigned because they're grant funds, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and then one of the questions that I had on our last audit, we had 4 findings, and the plan to monitor said the Director of Finance and Operations will ensure appropriate internal controls and procedures are updated and in place to ensure compliance for future federal, and then that was the same explanation for all 4 findings. We had asked as a board specifically what those controls were, but we never got a lot of specificity. Can you speak to that at all? And if whatever was put in control was successful?
Did that relate to the federal programs?
There was a federal program. One of them says federal awards. One of them said future compliance for contracting and bid law. And one of them was future compliance for contracting and bid law. Sorry, there were 4 different ones. I might not have printed out all of them. I think I emailed the question to Dennis. And if it requires a little bit of investigation, that's fine. If you need to get back with me, but that was a question I think I'd emailed a couple of times.
I will have to get back to you on that because yes, I apologize. I'll have to get back to you on that because the email I recall looking at was in a different context. I apologize.
Okay, I can resend it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I could add something to that. Just pulling up the document here. One of the findings it looked like was related to the special education program. And we actually tested child nutrition this year. So we wouldn't have tested this special education single audit program.
Mm-hmm.
And then it looks like the other 3 here were Minnesota legal compliance findings. So we went through the same checklist that your prior auditors would have gone through, and we did not have any findings. So we didn't notice any repeat findings for Minnesota legal compliance.
The corrective action plans are filed with last year's audit. I don't remember. I don't recall from your question if that related to last year's audit or the year before last year's audit, but we'll check into that and get back to you on that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Director Patajic?
Yes, Dennis, would you go to your second to the last slide? Because I was kind of reflecting on that one. Keep going. And some of the, yeah, one more. Okay. Because some of the comments that you were making when you compare like what you're spending compared to others, et cetera, what it doesn't, it always assumes that spending is always well chosen. And so what's not measured, and you would hope, is that you target services better than your neighbor does. Now I realize that's only one assumption. Another assumption could be that you're way out of step with your neighbors. Do you understand my question?
Yes.
Yeah. Because one of the things that carries out in all of these figures, and I don't know how that's going to show up here, is we have not settled our contract with our largest bargaining unit. This is the second year that it's into. And so would that affect all of these charts that we've been looking at?
You mean for 2000? Well, no, not really, because the apples to apples comparison is 2019. The only thing that is for the current year is 2020. The other thing I would say in terms of your point is a community can't choose what kids show up in their community either. So like to your point, special education services, you don't get to choose which kids need services in your community either, right? So I mean, kids are high needs and you might get better kids, so your needs might be less. So I mean, that's sort of your point as well, right?
Yes, but what I'm saying is you're right in terms of special needs, although I've been told in past finance classes that sometimes if you run a very good special ed program, you will attract more kids, you know, from neighbors. They will seek out quality. But what I'm also looking at, maybe less or more flexibility, is, for example, vocational instruction. And districts sometimes do make a determination to target or not target certain curricular areas. You understand what I'm saying there?
Sure.
Yeah. And my point is sometimes there are value judgments that go into it.
Undoubtedly. And just, yeah.
Yes.
Can I just make a real quick comment? This slide that you have right here is my favorite, I think possibly my favorite slide of your entire presentation. I didn't say it at the beginning, but I just want to say welcome to our district. We are very, very excited to be having you as a partner for us going forward. And I think you touched on this early on in your presentation that, you know, sometimes we get something different than what we're used to. And for me, I found the freshness very, very helpful. And this slide is a perfect example to see what the total expenditures are across as like a per pupil figure is really kind of interesting, and to see it compared to other districts. I really appreciate that. And I don't think we've had that in the past. So thank you so much for that.
Well, wait till you've seen this put into a graph then, because, you know, not everybody is a numbers person. I happen to be a numbers person, but we've turned this into a graph for people that are more graphical.
Is it colorful?
It's very colorful, but I find it hard to look at, but other people just love it that are more, that aren't into the numbers. So we'll add that for next year.
Well, you have that to look forward to. Thank you so much. Director Sherman?
Yes, I think that this was pointed out when we reviewed this earlier, but I think it's important for the public to know that there's a big increase in our fund balance. And I think that it can be a little deceiving because we still have contracts unsettled. So I think just for clarification with the community, that will go down significantly when contracts are settled. And so it looks like, wow, the fund balance has increased, but we just don't have settled contracts yet. So.
Yes, and I appreciate you mentioning that, Director Sherman, because it has been, we're into the second year, we'll be back paying a lot of employees that for the income they didn't receive last year and increases. We'll be all seeing that all in this year. So it is important to notice that, to notice that for sure. Director Pelletier?
Thank you, Dennis, Lance, and I missed the other gentleman because I can only see a certain amount of people on my screen, but I want to welcome you to the district. We used the previous auditor for many, many years, and they did a fantastic job. But you know, sometimes a switch up is a good thing. So I want to welcome you again to that. And I just wanted to kind of let the public know a lot of numbers here, but this is the can you clarify, this is the 19/20 audit, and our this is under our previous finance director's work, basically. And can you just a question, did you say that we're out of $110 million budget, we're 100K off? Was that accurate? I don't know if I got that right, or can you just speak more to that maybe?
The revenues were within about 100,000 of the budget. The revenues only were within about $100,000 of the budget.
Okay, thank you. And then just a quick follow-up. You had stated, Dennis, something about maybe providing guidance here and there if you see, for example, that a district is maybe as an area of growth somewhere. For example, I think you were talking about what we are taxing our residents and this and that. Is that something that you, like for a work session, for example, to say, you know, here are some areas of growth for you? Is that something that you see in the foreseeable future?
You know, I don't know if it was my internet or if it was your internet, but you cut out on me, and I apologize. I didn't hear the full question from you.
Can you hear me now?
I can. So I don't know if it was just mine that cut out. John, did she cut out for you, or is it just me?
It cut out for me as well, Dennis.
It's probably me. I'm in the basement. So
I'm sorry. So I didn't. Can you repeat that?
Well, I'm asking you, Dennis, if in the future, you had made a wonderful statement that I liked to hear. So you said that you guys kind of can assess areas of growth. You know, what are areas of potential growth for a district? Are we allotting too much in this area that we might want to consider elsewhere? Things such as that. So I guess I'm hoping it's a leading question that I'm asking you, but I'm hoping that you would be amenable to potentially with the new board that comes on, you know, potentially having a work session or something of that nature where you can have some of those critical discussions with the new board. We've got a lot of new board members. So again, I thank you for your presentation as well. I hope you heard that.
You know, I did. And, you know, I don't know that we've done a lot of that kind of work, but we could probably come up with some kind of a data-driven thing because we have access to so much great information that, you know, if you develop some kind of a, centered it around some kind of data-driven elements that sort of like what we're talking about with the profiles data and kind of use that as a mechanism to drive down into some great discussions. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I love school finance. Hopefully that kind of shows. I think it'd be a lot of fun to sit around and talk with like-minded people that have an interest in school finance.
So much.
Director Potajek?
Yes, Dennis, last question I have. Our target in policy for the last 7 years or so, maybe 6, has been to have a 5% fund balance. Do you find that pretty typical? Is that low, high, about average?
Oh, I'd say it's on the low end.
That's what I thought. When I was at 916, we carried about a 10% fund balance.
Yeah, you know, I would have been, you know, thankfully the state's budget forecast has improved significantly, but I would have been extremely nervous with the 5%, knowing with the state's budget forecast most recently, I would have been really concerned with what their solutions would have been going into the 2021 legislative session, you know, with aid prorations. Lance didn't get into it with the 5-year general fund revenue historical thing, because it really is only the second year of that 5-year revenue summary where we had, it's only the second year where we're completely untouched by any impact of tax shift or aid prorations. Mm-hmm. And I would have said a year ago that I would have retired before the state would have ever had to revisit that. But then the impact of COVID-19 happened, and I would have said now with the state's huge budget shortfall that that they would have had to look at that as an alternative to. So therefore, again, 0.09 or whatever percent on 113 is just not realistic. You have to have, you have to have some fund balance there to cash flow yourself and whatnot, because it really is a cost even though you can go and borrow pretty cost effectively against your taxing authority and stuff like that. But I really still feel like 5% is probably a little bit low on it as far as a fund balance policy. That's just my personal opinion.
Sure.
But
And building on that a little bit, the situation at the state level has improved, but it's still not encouraging. I mean, they're still facing a big deficit.
it's going to depend on how fast things turn around. Absolutely.
Director Weisberg? You're on mute.
Yep, thank you.
Oh, there you go.
One of the, I can't remember what slide it was, I apologize, but I think we'd been talking about the community education budget being about a little over $500,000 deficit. And I think one of the slides I saw tonight showed that it's up to $700,000 deficit. Is that correct?
I think that's what the fund balance declined by approximately.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Any other
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? So next steps, Dennis, for this audit?
Do you take action tonight to accept the reports? Is that?
Yes, we will. Yep. That's what we're going to do right now, I think. And then after that, it gets submitted to MDE.
And I talked to Lynn about that today. I think in the past years, you guys have submitted it, but we do that for our clients. Actually, we submit it to MDE and the Office of the State Auditor for you.
Okay. Sounds good. Are there any other further questions tonight at all regarding the audit? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for this awesome presentation and really great information. We really do appreciate it. And with that, board members, can I get a motion to approve and accept this audit? Director Potacek?
Yes, also move.
Thank you. Can I have a second?
Second.
Director Weisberg? All right, any further questions or comments at this time? All right, seeing none, I think we're ready for a vote. Joan?
Director Pelletier,
Yes.
Director Petrie,
Yes.
Director Potacek,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Yes.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Director Weisberg,
Yes.
Chair Stivlin.
Yes.
You have a unanimous vote.
Thank you, Joan. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank
We'll
you
see
all.
you
Have
again.
a great night.
Thank you. You as well. Happy holidays. All right, moving on to the next item tonight is item B. This is our opportunity to certify the 2020 payable 21 tax levy. And for that, I will turn for some assistance from John Tyne. And John, you're muted right now.
Sometimes I perform better that way. First of all, thank you, Board Chair, Superintendent, Directors. At the last school board meeting, there was a truth and taxation hearing where the levy was presented. And now it's time for the certification of that levy. There's been one change, and that's a reduction of $2,000 for a program that is not offered by the district anymore. So what I'm going to say is, first of all, the total levy is recommended at $40,469,667.08. I have a couple of other little comments that I would like to make. First of all, comparing last year's levy to this year's levy, I noticed that there was a significant adjustment last year. And the adjustment last year was approximately $3 million. And this year it was less than 400,000. That difference is approximately a $2.6 million difference. And that is the reason for the increase. I also want to remind the board too that the rates on a $300,000 home in our district right now will show an increase of about $21. And I'm hoping that the board will take into consideration that this is an opportunity for them to make sure that there's funding available. And remember, we're faced with, it could be some decline in enrollment, which would mean that there's significant adjustments next year in the levy too. So I would hopefully, or I hope that you will consider approving the levy at that amount, $40,469,667.08. And if you have any questions, I would try to answer it. And I think Dale might be here, and Dale's done a lot of work on that, and I'm sure he would help me out if that was necessary.
Thank you very much. Director Weisberg.
Thank you. I just wanted to be sure, I think we talked about this, maybe a month ago with Dale, that this does not include QComp. I think QComp was subtracted out because I think the last presentation may have said QComp in writing, but that's not something that we have levied for. And I think we specifically took that out. I just wanted to be sure that was not included in the 40 million.
Yes, board member, that's absolutely right. The original maximum amount of the levy was set by the state of Minnesota at over $41 million. The board made the decision to reduce that by $828,000 approximately. So the maximum amount has been reduced over $800,000 to provide relief, and that is mainly QComp.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Could I entertain a motion to approve, to certify this levy? Director Weisberg? Is that a motion?
Sorry, yes, so moved.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. And can I get a second, please?
Second.
All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second to certify the levy for this year. Are there any further questions for John or Dale? Any comments? I think I would just like to acknowledge that in previous boards and this board as well have been very committed to keeping our tax burden on our community members as low as we possibly can while still providing a high quality product for our students. A learning experience is important, but we can do it efficiently. And I think we've been committed to that for a very long time. And I'm glad to see that we're continuing to do that. Yes, John?
Board Chair, could I make one question too? I would like to surely take credit for all the good work that's on this sheet, but I'm not able to do that because Dale, Lynn, and Linda and Vanessa in the business office have put forward the work to get the job done. So I appreciate their work and I appreciate Dale's support too. So thank you, and I look forward to your vote.
Thank you very much. I know they have worked incredibly hard. We think about how hard this pandemic has been on our teachers, but it's hard on all of us, isn't it? It's a challenge.
Absolutely.
We have to figure out how to do everything differently. And so, yes, thank you for recognizing them. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I think we're ready for a vote. Joan?
Director Pelletier,
Yes.
Director Petrie,
Yes.
Director Potacek, Director Riley,
Yes.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Director Weisberg,
Yes.
Chair Stivlin.
Yes.
Give unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joan, and thank you, John. All right, moving on to our next action item tonight. It's item C, the memorandum of agreement with the Cafeteria Employees Organization. And I believe we have Cindy Gustafson here to help us with that tonight.
Yes, absolutely. And I apologize, when I hit my camera, it says that the host has stopped it. So I'm not sure if there's anything John can do. Oh, start my video. There we go. Thank you. I apologize. Okay. Sorry about that.
He's like magic, isn't he?
He is.
Just ask, he makes it happen. Just like that.
That is
Welcome.
wonderful. Thank you so much for having me tonight. And hello, good evening to everyone. My name is Cindy Gustafson, and I'm the Supervisor of Human Resources. Tonight, I'm seeking your approval of a memo of understanding with our Cafeteria Employees Organization. The district and the Cafeteria Employees Organization reached agreement on the terms and conditions for their 2019-2021 contract back in November of 2019. And the board took action to approve that contract, the 1921 contract, on December 19th, 2019. After the approval of that contract, it was determined that the negotiation parameters set for all of the employee groups would be revised. And at the time of the change, the board stated a desire to provide that salary and benefit increase comparable to the other groups for the members of the Cafeteria Employees Organization. And so that's what that memorandum that we would like you to approve tonight is all about. With your approval, we would be able to make the salary and medical insurance increases for the cafeteria employees. And so I ask for your approval of the memorandum of understanding. Are there any questions?
Do we have any questions tonight, board members? Director Potacek?
Yeah, for discussion purposes, I'll move the recommendation.
Very good. Can I get a second to approve this memorandum? Director Weisberg? All right, thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. Any further questions or comments? I'm glad we're getting this fixed. Yes. Good.
Yeah, the employees will definitely appreciate it. We are very thankful that we were able to offer this to them.
Yeah. All right. Well, if we have no further comments or questions, I think we're ready for a vote. Joan?
Director Peltier? Director Petrie?
Yes.
Director Potacek?
Yes.
Director Riley?
Yes.
Director Sherman?
Yes.
Director Weisberg?
Yes.
Chair Stivlin?
Yes.
You have an unanimous vote.
Thank you, Joan. And thank you, Cindy.
Thank you all very much.
Appreciate it. Have a good night.
You too.
All right, moving on. Our next item tonight is item D. This is a final reading of policy 510. This is new policy for our district, the shared time students. And I think the person we're going to for this, a little bit more information, is Dr. Cherry. Welcome. Oh, and you're on mute.
There we go.
There we go.
Here's Stivlin. Board Directors, Superintendent Lansfeld. This is the third reading of our shared time students policy that's being proposed. This policy is in compliance or in reference to Minnesota statute shared time aid. In our school district, we have had a policy in place to offer shared time enrollment part-time in our school district for homeschool students. However, we haven't had a policy on this in the past, and our procedures have been lacking inclusion of all non-public school students, which include homeschool students, as well as students who attend private schools. This is specifically for addressing non-public or homeschooled students to be enrolled part-time in our school district. The shared time student regulations in regard to the student eligibility would be that students would be residents of our school district. They would need to be in compliance with the Minnesota compulsory instruction law, and they could apply for limited shared time enrollment privileges in our district. The limitations would be a student could enroll in our schools at the high school level. That would be limited to 4 courses per year. At thinking about the types of courses, no more than 1 science lab course per term at the high school. And this would all be specific to limitations that would generate shared time foundation aid from the state. Shared time students could enroll in a course which requires co-curricular participation. In all of this, priority for course enrollment would be given to our full-time public school students. In thinking about opportunities for students to participate in our schools. We are looking at the transportation, which is also covered in this policy for homeschool students who are at a already existing bus stop. They could take the regularly scheduled transportation or bus if space is available on the bus, and they meet the district's policy guidelines for distance from the school. And students would be also eligible for that state transportation aid. All of that would be arranged through our transportation department. Another item to note is that in the process for accepting shared time enrollment, the student would be counted as enrolled in the district for the purpose of calculating that state aid. Inquiries for shared time enrollment would be directed to the principal of the school where the enrollment is desired. This is in alignment with the procedures that we are already using for homeschool students who choose this option to enroll part-time in our schools. And with that, this is the third reading of this policy. It's been presented 2 additional times before tonight. There have been no modifications to the policy since the first reading, and no comments or requests for changes at this time. So with that, we are feeling very comfortable that the policy is in its final form, and we would be looking for the board to make a recommendation to accept the policy as written.
Thank you very much. Can I have a motion to approve the policy as written? Director Potacek?
Also move.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I get a second, please? Director Petrie? Thank you. All right, are there any further questions or comments about this policy? I am looking very forward to making this this opportunity available to the students in our district who might take advantage of it, that maybe didn't know about it before. This is helping to raise awareness. I think that's a great thing. Thank you so much for your work on this too.
Thank you so much. And just a comment also, the big thank you to the board and the policy working group. We saw a need at the start of the school year in September for such a policy, and work was completed and vetted by the group in a fairly thorough fashion, and really appreciate the support from all of the policy working group members to make sure that we had a policy in place that would meet the needs of those students.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. If there aren't any further questions or comments, then I think we are ready for a vote. Joan?
Director Pelletier,
Yes.
Director Petrie,
Yes.
Director Potacek,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Yes.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Director Weisberg,
Yes.
Chair Stiblin.
Yes.
You have a unanimous vote.
Thank you, Joan. And thank you, Dr. Cherry. All right. Moving on, the next item on our action list tonight is the final reading of policy 721.1, the board approval of contracts and expenditures. This is also a new policy that we have brought before the board in 2 other separate meetings. It is designed to bring transparency and improved processes for our financial oversight. The objectives are to apply consistent standards for consideration of contracts and expenditures, to maintain a balanced budget, ensure program sustainability, and consider return on investments and impact on student achievement, to ensure competitive pricing, strengthen internal controls, and enhance transparency, and to assist the board in oversight in keeping with its fiduciary duties and obligations. It then lays out a process that the board is committed to following in order to improve our oversight and make our work more efficient. And so with that, could I please have a motion to approve 721.1?
So moved.
Director Weisberg, thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Riley. We have a second. Are there any questions or comments on 721.1? Director Pelletier.
Thank you, Chair. Just for the third time, I understand that my concerns have been ignored, but I still would like to see the future board take special consideration into item D. I believe that should be separate. I believe that takes away the overall tone of the policy. I am now 3 times stating that, and thus I will be not voting in the affirmative for this. Thank you.
So just to clarify, item D that she's referring to is it says that contracts which fall within the board authorized administrative authority, those less than 50,000 shall also be brought to the board for information in a report format. And as a reference point, that is what John Tyne did earlier this evening in our meeting when he brought a contract for a math software program that our students are using. And we've had a number of other items brought to the board since we have instituted this procedure. It was established as a procedure, and now it is becoming an official policy. And perfectly honestly, I hear what you're saying, Director Pelletier, but I actually have to say that I've really enjoyed being able to hear about some of the expenses that we have in our district that are less than $50,000, but significant enough to be brought to the board. And we've learned a lot about, some of the costs that are associated with providing an outstanding learning environment. I've actually really enjoyed it. So that's just my point of view on this.
No,
Mara, did you have something you wanted to say about that, or? Oh, I thought I saw your hand go up. Okay. All right.
I appreciate that, Director Stiblen. All I'm requesting is that it is considered in a separate policy and have a separate policy discussion. So not as part of the same policy. That's
okay.
My issue. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Director Riley?
Yeah, I just like to say that I am glad that piece is in there and it was intentionally put in there. I had the opportunity to speak to the auditors during this process, and they actually asked if we were aware or there was something in place for us to be aware for informational purposes of the dollar amounts that were spent below this. And when I spoke of this new policy, they were actually very excited and very impressed with what we are doing moving forward. So if you have any questions, that might be a good idea for you to reach out to the auditor and get their opinion on it, because they were very impressed with this board and what we're doing to oversee our expenditures.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Director Sherman?
I think my only comment, and it's just a point of understanding, is I thought that D was going to be removed and then we were going to create a policy around. I didn't think the argument was around whether we should continue doing it. I guess my understanding was that it was a separate policy.
That was the statement I was trying to make. Yes.
So I guess I thought it was going to be removed, and that was from a previous meeting that I thought it was going to be removed, and then we were going to create kind of a policy around how less than 50 is handled.
That was not discussed in a policy working group. And so we did not make that change. So at this time, we're keeping it exactly the same. And this is the third reading. So this is what we're bringing to the board for consideration. Did I just freeze? Director Riley?
Yeah, I think what was going to be brought, as Chair Stiblen said in the last meeting, was not letter D, but it was the disbursement registers was going to be brought up in a separate policy, not what you're referring to.
Mhm. Yeah, we did talk about that at one point, about the idea of that a disbursement register, a policy on the disbursement register procedures would be a good thing to have as well. And we don't have that at this time. That's certainly something that the new board could consider going forward. Can people still hear me?
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Something weird just happened on my screen. I don't know what's going on. Are there any other questions or comments at this time? All right, seeing none, I think we're ready for a vote. Joan?
Director Pelletier? Director Petrie?
No.
Director Potacek?
Yes.
Director Riley?
Yes.
Director Sherman?
No.
Director Weisberg?
Yes.
Chair Stiblen?
Yes.
You have a 4-3 vote. Motion carries.
Thank you, Joan. All right, moving on. We have a new agenda item which was presented earlier this evening. We added, maybe what I'll do at this time is turn it over to Director Weisberg, who requested the item to be added to the agenda. And Liz, I can just let you speak to what your thoughts are on this item.
Thank you. And do you need me to reread it?
Sure,
Okay.
that would be good.
I would like to, the recommendation is to authorize the board chair to enter into negotiations to pursue an additional contract that would extend the superintendency for up to 3 years. So I know Melinda earlier said that she, the three-year contract that we were supposed to be presented with tonight, she said she didn't want to accept that. So this would be up to 3 years. I didn't want to say up to 2 years because if for some reason I didn't want to prevent her from changing her mind if that's what she wanted to do. So the wording is up to 3 years. If negotiations are successful, the new contract would come before the board for approval at a special board meeting on or before December 23rd, 2020. And I brought it up because I thought that's something that we would be voted on tonight. And I apologize. I think the up to words were taken out in the last meeting because the thought was that it would be cleaner and just easier. And I personally think a 3-year contract is the best thing for this district. I was looking forward to starting the year off just focused on getting students back in buildings and trying to get together and pass a levy or bond. I wanted this to just be done so that we could all start on the same foot, and I was excited about it. So the fact that it was taken off today, I know we were bullied quite a bit. One of the emails I just looked at actually had 2 curse words. So I feel like once that it wasn't working on board members, unfortunately, and I apologize, Melinda, it switched to you. And I know that there was a huge concerted effort to try to talk you out of a career advancing position. And I apologize because the fact that somebody would do that when so many people have no jobs right now is disgusting to me. So I apologize that you were put in the middle, but I hope that voting on this now with a little more leeway, 1 to 3 years, would allow us to get to some sort of a consensus and we can have it done before the new year.
Thank you, Director Potacek.
Yes, was there a second to that motion?
I don't, you read the motion. Were you making the motion at that time? Director Weisberg?
Yes, I'm making the motion. I'm sorry.
So then we need a second.
Okay.
Do we have a second? Director Potacek?
Well, I would like to amend the motion, so that's why I'm waiting for a second. So if there's a second, I would like to suggest
Okay.
an amendment.
Okay, you can second the motion and then you can directly amend it if you'd like.
Okay, I'd like to do that then. And
Okay,
what I would like
Director,
go
just
ahead.
make a record of it, Joan, that Director Potacek is seconding the motion, and go ahead then, Director Potacek.
Well, and it seems like, there is a difference among board members, and I respect Melinda's position. What I would like to do is to amend Director Weisberg's motion and change it to negotiate and target a 2-year contract. That's my amendment. And part of the reason I'm doing that is, to some, 3 sounded like too many, so I'm trying to go lower.
Okay. So you'd like to amend so that, just to be clear, what this motion would do is it would give, is it the chair? Is that how it reads?
I
Yes.
think the way it read before was, or what the way Liz read.
It authorizes the board chair to enter into negotiations to pursue an additional contract. So we did try over the past 2 weeks to negotiate a 3-year contract, which failed. And so now at this time, the board would need to authorize the chair to enter into negotiations to do a different kind of contract. We're looking at a 1 or a 2 or a 3-year contract. And you're saying, Director Potacek, you would like it to be specifically a 2-year contract?
Correct.
Okay. Are you sure you don't want to say up to a 2-year contract? You're saying 2.
I'm saying 2.
Okay. Is everybody clear what the amendment is to the motion? Is there a second? Director Weisberg?
I'll second.
So Director Weisberg is seconding the amendment to make the contract negotiations for 2 years. Are there any comments or questions about that specifically? Director Riley?
How do we know we're not going to end up in the same circumstance we're already in? I'm just really concerned with the impact of certain members of this board, the future board, and community members, and the bullying tactics and behavior that's already been displayed.
Director Sherman?
For me, this has been about process. I don't think it's helpful to the dialogue to call each other bullies or to slander each other. We're trying to do what's best for our students. My question is more directed to Interim Superintendent Lansfeld, and that is there a driving need to do this before the new board takes their seat? Because this is our last regular meeting. I guess my question is to the superintendent, is there a driving urgency to do this before the end of December for her?
I don't know where we're at. This is all new. I believe Director Petrie mentioned a possible 1-year contract. I would be interested in that, but it depends on, I would be interested in negotiating that at this time, and see where this board is with that, or the incoming board.
I think the key here is that I think there's a relative amount of consensus that Melinda has done a fabulous job leading our district over the past 5 months. I think people can see that it would be beneficial to our district to have her continue in this role for a certain amount of time longer, because we're in such a difficult time, because our district is going through so much, and because we have so many challenges ahead of us. And what I have noticed most recently is that the biggest need, I think, becoming so clear is that we need to figure out how to work together here. And I think that what I've heard from Superintendent Lansfeld is that is her #1 goal as well. And so I really appreciate that, Melinda. I appreciate that you have been so flexible and open-minded, and it's clear that you want what's best for our district. And so for that, I thank you. Director Weisberg?
Thank you. And I think we just need to I appreciate what you said, Allison. that it's not helpful, but I think it is very important for the public to know what's been happening. And there has been legitimate bullying. It's been done to board members, and unfortunately it's been done to Superintendent Lansfeld, and that needs to be clear and it needs to stop. So for you to say, oh, let's don't talk about each other, we need to tell people exactly what we're dealing with. And I am completely serious when I say that one of the emails we received from a community member had 2 curse words in it. That's ridiculous. We're trying to do something good for the district. And I firmly believe that Melinda is the best person for the district. Not one of the emails we got disputed that. It was all about the time frame and the process. Unfortunately, a process doesn't ensure a good candidate or a good procedure. The policy that several people referenced, if you look at the date of it, I think it happened because the last board, when they went about a search, they did an internal search and they didn't have any ground rules. And so what applied to one candidate didn't apply to another. And one candidate came to the selection process and said, hey, nobody advocated to me. In addition, I talked to community members who were on the committee who said the person they picked didn't get chosen. So they weren't sure how that happened. So what I was really hopeful for was that we could have this decision made so that we didn't have anything else to have giant arguments about. Because just having a process doesn't mean everybody's going to agree on how the process works. Who gets to be on the committee? Why do the same administrators always get to choose? I mean, the list goes on for what else we have to argue about. I was hoping we could have this done this month so that we could start next month focused on super important things about how to get children safely back in our buildings and how in the world we're going to pass a levy and bond after how badly they were executed last time.
Director Riley?
I'm kind of curious as to what Melinda had just referenced, that Bev had offered a 1 year when I thought we sent her to negotiate a 3-year. Could somebody elaborate on that, please?
Sorry for the unclear communication. I was referring to Director Petrie's statement during this board meeting.
Director Petrie?
I actually, as I had mentioned, I would be willing to bring this forward with the new board. And it is the new board that's going to be working with Melinda. So it seems to make more sense to me that the new board negotiates this contract. And the other thing that I am concerned about right now is just Melinda's time. She's now learned that she and her team need to scramble to come up with a whole new learning model, and she's going to be working double time. I mean, does it really make any sense? What frankly is the urgency to get it done yet this year when we could do it very easily in January? You're talking about trying to get this done in a week's time, right before Christmas, and she's trying to create a new learning model. I just don't see the urgency. So, I mean, I feel as though this should be something that the new board does next January.
Director Weisberg?
Yeah, the urgency is because you were directed, Director Petrie, to negotiate a 3-year, and you put a kibosh on that whole thing. So I am telling you that when I heard that funds were being raised for legal action, that's not something that I made up. So if you're going to tell me that that's not something that was that you ever heard about or said anything about, I would like to know that tonight, because that's what I'm hearing. So that's part of the reason that I don't want to wait till next month. I want to get it done tonight. And if it's a contract that has to be drawn up, Melinda just needs to say if she agrees with it. She's not in charge of drawing up the contract. That would be done by legal.
Director Pelletier?
I'm actually embarrassed that we're talking about Melinda like this right in front of her, to be honest with you. This is honestly mortifying to me. This is a self-induced issue. This is more self-induced drama Melinda was hired as an interim superintendent. You could go all night with criticizing past decisions, my goodness sake. But I'm not going to do that. I'm in the here and now. We have Melinda who stood up and made a statement that she is interested in pursuing the 1-year contract with the new board. And frankly, I trust the new board. You have all of them spoke. This is about process. And we need to just, I'm honestly embarrassed that we're talking about Melinda right in front of her.
I'm embarrassed about some things that were done to Melinda
I would
too.
like to make an amendment.
Okay. No. We can't make amendments. No, we can't make an amendment on amendment. We have to, we have to vote on the amendment, which is on the table right now, which is to negotiate a 2-year contract. That is what the amendment is. So if there is no further discussion or comments on the idea of a 2-year contract, then we can go ahead and vote on that. And after that, then you could bring another amendment if you want to. Director Sherman?
I guess for me, and I feel like we all want the same thing. I'm desperately trying to find a compromise here that we can all get behind. And for me, it goes back to the 1 year. So the amendment on the 2-year is again pigeonholing the negotiations to a specific year that could get problematic. So for me, I would like to get to a 7-0 vote. And for me, that is a 1-year extension. And I just don't see why we have to call a special meeting before Christmas. And I mean, it seems like there is consensus with the new board. I don't understand what's going on. I guess I feel like we're saying the same things, and let's just focus on the students and get this done with the new board. It's helpful to any superintendent. I want Superintendent Lansfeld to feel empowered by this vote. So I want it to be as unanimous as possible.
You can make an amendment on an amendment, by the way. Per
Now
Robert.
wait to be recognized.
No,
I had my
excuse me.
hand up in the air.
Excuse me. Go ahead, Director Potacek.
Yes. Allison, your position hasn't changed. That's the same thing you proposed at the last meeting. It lost on a vote. How are you going to get 7-0? Last time it was 3-4.
Director Riley?
What? Go ahead.
I agree with Director Potacek there. We've already hashed this out and we've already redone this. I don't know how long we negotiated this in conversation last board meeting. That lost. Director Petrie was supposed to go with Chair Stivlin to negotiate a 3-year contract. We were all good. Things were good. Things were going correctly. Director Petrie said on camera in the meeting she was not there to persuade or change that. That's what she was going to do, to be part of that. As far as not understanding or not trusting, I've watched the campaigns and I've watched things been said publicly that are quite frankly not truthful. So the trust is not there. And you guys continue to say the new board, the new board, the new board. Well, you have 2 board members here that are on the new board, and you are ignoring those of us that are here, still doing our job, still doing our work, as Director Stivlin and Director Potacek and Director Pelletier, who are still here on this board.
Director Sherman?
I'm really not ignoring anyone. We all want, I really want to get back to a shared goal here. I really want to do, and I get that there's been emails that aren't emails that maybe I would have had from a word choice point of view, but by and large, that's one out of just many that we've gotten that are just saying, let's have a process. They feel that they want to have a voice. They feel that they were promised that in June. And all I'm saying is, can't we all just put, I guess and that's fine. We can vote on this and we can do this. I just feel like for the sake of our superintendent, for the sake of the board, which there's going to be a 7-member board taking office in January. And I don't understand the urgency. I have full faith that the new board, all 7, is going to come to a great solution that prioritizes our students. I just don't see the urgency in this.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to authorize the board chair to negotiate a 2-year contract with the superintendent. Are there any further comments on that amendment? Otherwise, I think we should vote on that.
Well,
Dr. Potacek?
We're not
Yes,
even
I think
listening
we vote
to
on the amendment
superintendent.
first, don't we?
We're voting on the amendment. Yes, the amendment to change it to 2 instead
And
of
you can
3.
make a secondary amendment. I was just sent some Robert's rules. And secondly, we're not even listening to the superintendent's wishes, which I find really bothersome.
Okay, you've made that point. I don't know that you need to say it again. If we're ready to vote, we can vote. We're voting on an amendment to the main motion, which is to change it from 3 to 2 years. Is that clear? Does anybody have anything further they want to say about a 2-year? Okay. Joan, have you been able to follow?
Yes.
Okay. And let's go ahead and do a vote on an amendment to make the main motion. Instead of 3 years, it would be 2 years.
Director Pelletier,
No.
Director Petrie,
No.
Director Potacek,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Yes.
Director Sherman,
No.
Director Weisberg,
Yes.
Chair Stivlin.
No.
You have a 3-4 vote. Vote does not carry.
Thank you, Joan. So we're now back to our main motion, which is a 3-year contract, up to a 3-year contract is what the motion was, correct? That means we could negotiate a 1-year or a 2-year or a 3-year contract with Melinda at this time, the way it's read right now.
Yes.
Director Pelletier.
Speak more about when those discussions will occur. What are the parameters of these discussions with regards to the negotiation of a 1, 2, or 3 year? I guess I need more information as to that motion.
I'm not sure if I understand what you're asking.
Well, a 1, 2, or 3 year, when is that going to happen? Is it going to be a rush before the end of the year, before a new board takes over, or are we going to work together?
Well, just for point of reference, I don't know if people noticed this. I did ask Maggie Wallner, our legal counsel, to be here tonight in case we did have any questions. But I can tell you that I spoke with her earlier today that if there were any changes or if we were ever going to propose something new or a 1 year, that all we would have to do is reach out to her and she would begin the process just like we did the last time. It's not complicated. We just.
Well, everything seems to be. So I guess I'm just wondering, when would these conversations take place?
I don't know. I mean, beginning, if this motion passed tonight, it could start as soon as tomorrow. Director Weisberg?
Yeah, and I'd like to point out that because we thought we were voting on a 3-year contract, that's already drawn up. So it's just would be changing what's already drawn up and for the most part, I think almost agreed to. So it's not like we're starting from scratch.
Director Petrie?
I guess to Jen's question about parameters, is this, if it's a 1 year, for instance, is it going to be an extension of the interim contract? Is it going to be a permanent 1 year contract? Or is that just going to be handled in negotiations?
You can't legally do an extension of a current contract in Minnesota. That's not allowed. So it would be negotiating a new contract for 1 year or 2 years or whatever it ends up being. It would be negotiating a new contract. So the current contract would end in June and the new one would begin at the time that ends. Director Sherman?
Sorry. So I can't, and maybe our attorney could answer this, but I guess I'm not seeing anything in state statute that says this process shouldn't be open. And so why don't we, if this is going to happen, why don't we open the conversations up to the public and have the full board a part of these discussions? So that it's not just the chair. Because I've consulted with MSBA, I've looked at the statute. I don't see anything that says that this shouldn't just be an open process for the public.
Hi, Maggie. Can you speak to that?
Everybody, good evening. For those of you I have not met, I'm Maggie Wallner. I'm a lawyer and partner at the Kennedy and Graven Law Firm. I was invited to be here this evening in case there were any legal issues that I could assist with. And in particular, in regard to 123B 143, that governs superintendent contracts as to length and other sorts of issues. So good evening, Superintendent Lansfield and board members. Director Sherman, to your question, if I understand it, you're asking whether or not the negotiations on the terms of a proposed contract be negotiated between the superintendent and the entire board at an open meeting. Is that what you're asking about?
Yes.
Okay. There is not anything that prohibits that, nor is there anything that prohibits the board doing what they've done thus far, which is to designate and authorize particular board members to enter into negotiations with or without particular parameters. And then, of course, no contract is authorized and valid until finally approved by the entire board.
Go ahead, Director Sherman.
So I guess and I'm forgetting the exact language. I don't have it in front of me for what Director Weisberg's motion was, but I would like to amend it to include that the full board is a part of the process and that it's open and transparent to the public instead of just having one person go and do this.
Could I ask a question to that?
Are you making a motion, Director Sherman?
Yes, making a motion to just do exactly what I said, that it's the full board and an open process.
So just to
That's
read
really an amendment.
I'm just going to read the main. I'm going to read the main motion again, and then I'll add the amendment in. The recommendation is to authorize the board chair to enter into negotiations to pursue an additional contract that would extend the superintendency for up to 3 years. You're saying we would amend that to authorize the board to enter into negotiations to pursue. So the change would be to just remove board chair and replace it with the board. Okay, is everybody clear on that amendment? Is there a second?
Second.
Director Petrie is second. All right. Are there comments or questions about this idea? Director Pelletier?
Director Sherman, when you say open process, can you say more about that? Are you saying that you want these meetings in public?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And just to add on to that, there would not be a choice about it being public because there isn't any exception under the open meeting law that would allow you to close the meeting for that purpose.
Thank you.
Director Potashik?
Yeah, so I think, Maggie, what I heard you say basically, if you bring a quorum together or close to that, then it has to be open.
Yes, that's correct. It is a meeting under the open meeting law. The only basis for closing the meeting, of course, if there's a specific exception to the open meeting law, and none exists that would apply to the kind of scenario that you're describing.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mike.
The other question I have here, and I'm just trying to play this out in my own mind, and whether it's 1 year, whether it's 2 years, or now whether it's 3 years, that's what the motion is on the floor, I believe. What's it going to look like? What are we negotiating? I think you know, or at least have a tentative idea of what you are going to be looking at financially and clause-wise for a 3-year contract. So if you're going to go shorter than that, you whittle that part down. Now, the point is, I'm not necessarily opposed to all 7 members being there. I'm saying that makes it hard if you're really trying to reach some kind of agreement with 7 people in a public audience. That's harder to pull off, let alone, I mean, it's obvious by tonight's meeting, it's hard to get 7 people to agree on anything. I'm done.
Thank you. I lost my internet there for a second. Can you hear me okay?
Mhm.
Okay, sorry, everything just froze. Anything further? Are we clear on the amendment? Director Petrie? You're on mute.
I was just going to say that I do think openness is a value and transparency is a value. And that's what we would be doing if the full board participated in this.
Okay. Are there any further questions or comments on the amendment? So as
Well, one
amended,
other
okay,
comment
go
if I
ahead.
can make it. Well, I think this has been, and Jen touched on it, and I think there was a cross-examination of Melinda, and she was put on the spot of this. And I think you have to think about that part of the procedure because, again, I don't think Melinda wants to do anything that's offensive with either group, being what the present majority is right now to what it will be in January. And so when you ask, gee, would you take this or would you do that? And you ask that, you're cross-examining. And like Jennifer, you were astounded by, wow, that's so hard. It is hard. And so to me, they don't match up. If you're saying, gee, we should have an open meeting, yes, transparency is great. But if you're worried about how Melinda is going to be embarrassed doing this all publicly, then it doesn't match up. So I think what the advantage of doing it with a chair or with several board members is, one, if you want to increase so it's not just the chair, if it's somebody else, you can do that. But I think also if you want to protect somebody's feelings or interactions, that's why you would do it in a closed meeting. It's not a question of transparency. I think the figures, the amounts, we're all in the same ballpark on that. That's why I guess I would have favored, I'm not quite sure where this 1 to 3 varies with my amendment. I don't know if that means we got to end up at 1 or we got to end up at 2 or even 3 could start to happen. I personally, in my own mind, in the issue of trying to compromise some, I'm off 3. I'm not there anymore. But I'm not sure where the main motion is going to take us anymore. And then the amendment, which is let's do it publicly.
Are there any further questions regarding the amendment, Director Pelletier?
Yeah, thanks, Mike, for that, for your comments, and I do appreciate them. I think a way to just dispel all of this is to simply heed Melinda's statement and simply honor a 1 year that starts July 1st. And I believe that she's going to do a fantastic job. And this is a bunch of extra work that is unneeded. So.
Okay, so if there aren't any further questions or comments regarding the amendment, what we're considering right now is that we would authorize the board itself to enter into negotiations to pursue an additional contract that could extend the superintendency for up to 3 years. Any further questions about that? All right, Joan, if we're ready, can we do a vote, please?
All right.
I'm sorry, can I just?
Go ahead.
We're talking
Yep.
about And we're leaving the part on or before December 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
I'm sorry, it's late. I apologize. Are we voting on Allison Sherman's amendment? Can you restate what
Yes.
we're voting on, Sarah, please?
We are voting on the amendment to the main motion. And the amendment simply removes the word chair out of the main motion.
Thank you.
So to read it as it is amended, the recommendation is to authorize the board to enter into negotiations to pursue additional contract that would extend the superintendency for up to 3 years. If negotiations are successful, the new contract would come before the board for approval at a special board meeting. Well, so that's the second part, but we can talk about that later. We have an amendment that the board itself would do the negotiations, not just the board chair. That's what we're voting on now.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. All right, everybody ready? Okay, Joan?
Director Pelletier,
Yes.
Director Petrie,
Yes.
Director Potacek,
No.
Director Riley,
No.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Director Weisberg,
No.
Chair Stiblin.
No.
You have a 3-4 vote. Vote does not carry.
All right, so we're back to our main motion. The recommendation is to authorize the board chair to enter into negotiations to pursue an additional contract that would extend the superintendency for up to 3 years. Are there any further questions or comments? Director Potacek.
I just want to go back to my one statement because I think it's getting late and we got to say, okay, what are we up to? All right, if this motion was to carry, what does that mean? What's it going to be? It's different than it was at our last meeting. Okay.
Yes.
Tell me what's going to be different. What's going to
When we voted at the last meeting, the motion was only for a 3-year contract. Bev Petrie and I negotiated with Melinda for a 3-year contract. That is all we were authorized to do. This motion would allow us to, or actually the way it's written now, it would allow me to negotiate a 1-year or a 2-year or a 3-year contract with Melinda. And it seems to me, I'll just say this, it seems to me what has been made very clear by every single person on the window right now, in a box right now on the screen, is that a 1 year is agreeable to most people. A 1 year has a lot of benefits. Well, I'm not going to say to everybody. I'm not going to say everybody. It's just what I'm hearing is a 1 year seems like something that would be a good compromise. So I'm not saying there's a guarantee or anything, but that's what the motion is right now, that it would be a 1 or a 2 or a 3 year. Director Pelletier?
Could I just get a little clarity? I think I heard Director Potacek make a statement that you were, can you please restate, because I think based on what I heard you say, I would like to make an amendment. I actually have 2 amendments I'd like to make. So I'm gonna first ask to have the chair as well as Bev Petrie amendment to have the chair and Bev Petrie enter into negotiations. So that's a number, I'm sorry, amendment number 1.
Is there a second? Director Sherman? Any other questions or comments about that amendment? Director Potacek?
Yeah, I want to make sure that I know the mission of that group is going to be. Because I think there was some disagreement or misunderstanding of what that means when you go and you negotiate. What's going to happen in the negotiations?
Director Riley?
Yeah, I think we've already been down that road and it was very unsuccessful.
Any other comments or questions? Director Petrie?
I think we've already gotten guidance from Superintendent Lansfeld that what she is seeking is a 1-year contract. And so I am assuming that that is what we will be trying to negotiate with her.
Director Potacek?
Well, if that's true, then it would seem to me you're not negotiating a 1 up to a 3-year. You can take the 3-year off. I think everybody's in agreement there. But I would argue, and I think it has been, that question as it was put to Melinda was under duress. That's my feeling. And I'm not going to ask her to disagree with me. When that question was asked, I thought it was a very unfair question, especially in this circumstance. But I do want clarity. Are you going in for a 1-year contract, or are you going in for a 2-year contract, or either one of those?
Director Weisberg?
And I just worded it up to a 3-year because I would like a contract that comes back that we could approve instead of what happened this time. I think our hands were tied because the direction was a 3-year contract. So that's all the board chair and Director Petrie had the ability to negotiate. Wording it up to a 3-year contract, they can negotiate a 1, a 2, a 3, whatever the superintendent feels comfortable with. And it doesn't put the pressure on a certain amount of years. So that's why I would like the wording to stay up to 3. That way there can actually be a negotiation. But because of the way it was handled previously, I would just prefer the board chair to do it and come before the board for approval or not approval.
Just to be clear, we're discussing the amendment right now. The amendment is to include Bev Petrie in the negotiations along with the board chair. So let's try to keep our comments to that if we can, and let's try to get to a place where we're voting on that amendment, okay? Any other comments? Director Potacek?
Well, see, where I think what this group has to decide tonight before we go on that motion, is it going to be 1 or is it going to be 2? And if it's going to be 1, let's decide that. If it's going to be 2, let's decide that. And then you stick to it. But again, that's the real question here, because Bev has already said that's what she would look for if she went in. And if that's what the majority here feels they want to do, so be it. The majority, whatever it is, will prevail.
Mm-hmm. Director Weisberg?
And I think that's exactly why we need to leave the up to, so that we can actually come back with a contract that we can agree to instead of limiting it to a certain amount of years. If we have the flexibility with the words up to, then something can get ironed out that everybody can agree to.
So we're talking about whether or not we should have it just the board chair, or if Bev Petrie should be included.
Okay.
That was the amendment.
I'm ready to vote on that.
Is everyone else ready on that?
Yeah.
Okay, Joan?
Sorry, was there a second to that motion?
There was a second. The motion was Jennifer Pelletier. I believe the second was Allison Sherman.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Director Pelletier? Director Petrie?
Yes.
Director Potacek?
No.
Director Riley?
No.
Director Sherman? Director Weisberg?
No.
Chair Stiblin?
No.
You have a 3-4 vote. Motion fails.
Thank you, Joan. All right, we're back to our main motion. Director Sherman.
So I know I did this at the last meeting, but I would like to amend the motion to a 1 year, because I feel like that's what our superintendent is telling us what they want. I agree with Director Potacek that I think this is an opportunity for us to kind of put some parameters around this in a public forum and get this done with some consensus for our superintendent. So I would like to have the amendment just going instead of up to 3, just say 1.
All right. Do I have a second? Do we have a second to amend the main motion to be for 1 year. Director
Second.
Petrie, second. All right. Any comments or questions about negotiating a contract for 1 year?
That's the amendment.
Yes. Director Weisberg, sorry, I couldn't see you.
No, and that's why I would like to keep it the up to, because it may come back a 1 year that everybody agrees to, but it doesn't limit. And so the whole problem last time was the way it was worded, limited to only a certain term. And so leaving the words up to, it may come back with a 1 year. And maybe that's all we can get, which is disappointing, but that may be what comes back. So I think it's important to leave the words up to give us the flexibility that we did not have last time so that we can actually make a decision.
I do have to say that sometimes, I mean, the contract, superintendent contract is pretty straightforward. It's not super complicated. And so I don't think it's going to take a long time to, I mean, as we just drafted a 3-year contract, it was, you know, not a super time consuming thing. But with the 1 year contract, there could be unforeseen issues that we need to think about, that implications of having a 1 year that we just haven't thought about yet. And they can sometimes come up as we go through the process. And so I do agree, as a general rule, it's good to have flexibility. But I also understand that what that means is if I'm the one negotiating, I have to have the trust of this board that I'm going to try to bring something back that everyone can be comfortable with. And I guess I just want to say I'm committed to doing that. Director Potacek?
So we have a motion and then we have an amendment before us. So we'll vote
Yes.
on the, now,
Yes.
let me ask you this, because either one of those, you would be the person to carry that out.
Yes.
Do you understand what each of those motions mean?
Yes,
just
I
wanna
do.
make Sure, the directive is clear to you.
Yes.
If anybody else has that same question, I think they should ask it.
We're considering an amendment to the main motion that would limit the contract to contract negotiations to 1 year instead of being for up to 3 years. Okay, Director Pelletier?
Just a question, what would be the next step, regardless of how this next vote goes, with regards to the negotiation conversations? Is there another vote, or what is the next step after that?
If this vote is successful tonight, I would be directed to negotiate a contract with Superintendent Lansfeld. And when it's prepared, if we're successful in that negotiation, it would come back to the board for full approval. And yeah,
Or
basically
refuse it.
yeah, I mean, it's completely 100% up to the board.
So then I'm going to assume that there will be no last minute special meetings before the end of the year.
Well, the way the motion reads right now is we would have a special meeting on or before December 23rd. So that's what it reads right now.
I would like to amend that, not any action taken before the first of the year.
So
We already have. a
Would-
motion.
would you like to, can I just make a recommend? So wait a second, we're back to the main motion at this time, right?
Sarah,
You're making,
I appreciate your effort. I'm okay with voting on the amendment, but I would like to address the timing of it after that. So I'm okay taking away the complication of it.
okay. So we'll talk about that in a minute. So we have not voted on a 1 year at this time. We have an amendment to change this to a 1 year. Sorry, you just confused me, Jennifer. I'm like, wait a minute. Are there any other comments or questions about changing the main motion to be, instead of for up to 3 years, it would read for 1 year? Director Sherman?
I guess my only comment is and I totally understand what Director Weisberg is saying, and I don't want to limit in any kind of unforeseen way. But I want to acknowledge that I've heard Superintendent Lansfeld tonight say she wants a 1 year. So I guess I'm trying to come to a compromise that's going to give our superintendent a better than a 4-3 vote. And so I guess that's my only, I totally respect what Director Weisberg is saying. I just think the 1 year is something that I've heard that the superintendent is looking for. And please feel free. I mean, I want this to be a conversation where I don't know if the superintendent has anything to say in this, but I just, you know, we're near the holidays, we're near the end. I want this to be something we can kind of find compromise on.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Director Sherman. Director Potacek.
Yeah, and Allison, what I'm looking at is this, and you may not sense it. I believe it's there. I don't want to put Melinda in that spot tonight where she has to say that. To me, that's under duress. I think she can comfortably say that if she's negotiating with the chair. So whether it came in as a 1 or a 2, she can say, okay, this is what I really want. And she can do that in the privacy of negotiations. I don't think right now, if you direct that question to me, wow, that's duress in terms of, as I see it. I may be wrong, but I'm sharing my perception.
Mm-hmm. Director Riley?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind hearing words from Melinda, and I do understand that it would be duress. This whole entire situation and what's happened has been unfortunate. I'm just kind of wondering, Director Sherman, when you say compromise, where's the compromise when you haven't moved from 1 year?
Director Sherman?
I would have preferred, and I thought I made that clear. I would have preferred to have just waited to the new board took office. I mean, the current contract goes through the end of June. I don't see this as being something that has to be done so urgently. So for me, the compromise was a 1 year. And I did move my position and happily, because I want to try to find some compromise here. And I guess I would just say, my understanding of state statute, and maybe this is where Maggie comes in. I get that, you know, I respect what Director Potacek is saying, but we're kind of getting to the point where we do need to have some conversations, and contract conversations are open. And so we're getting to the point where we're getting to the end of the hour and we're late at night. And so I'm not saying Superintendent Lansfeld has to speak. I'm asking and inviting her to speak, to bring this to a solution that we can all get behind. Because honestly, everything that I'm talking about is these contract conversations are supposed to be accessible to the public.
You want me to weigh in on that, Director Sherman?
Please.
Yes, sure.
So from a legal standpoint, there is no requirement that the negotiations between a superintendent and the board in regard to the terms of a proposed contract be at an open meeting. As I said earlier, there's nothing that precludes it, but there's nothing that requires it. In my experience, it would be highly unusual to have the negotiations, which of course, just by the nature of negotiations, are give and take, proposal, counter proposal in a board meeting. Partly because, of course, Melinda Lansfeld should be represented during those negotiations, as should the school district. So it means that there would be a process during a board meeting where there would be proposal, counter proposal on each and every term of the contract. If there are any legal issues or impediments to particular proposals, those would be discussed during the meeting. As I said earlier, there's absolutely nothing that precludes that process. But as you go into it and are contemplating that versus designating one or more board members to conduct those negotiations, my recommendation is that you keep in mind the logistics or the practical aspects of doing that in the meeting with Superintendent Lansfeld's attorney.
All right, are we clear on what the amendment is? We have a motion to authorize the board chair to enter into negotiations to pursue an additional contract that would extend the superintendency for up to 3 years. The amendment is to change that to 1 year, a 1-year contract. If there aren't any further comments or questions about that specifically, then I think we should vote on the amendment.
That's fine. That's fine.
Are we good with that? Okay. We're voting on authorizing negotiations for a 1-year contract. Okay, Joan?
Director Pelletier,
Yes.
Director Petrie,
Yes.
Director Potacek,
No.
Director Riley,
No.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Director Weisberg,
No.
Chair Stidlin.
Yes.
You have a 4-3 vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, do we have anything else that we want to discuss? We have an amended motion at this time that the recommendation is to authorize the board chair to enter into negotiations to pursue an additional contract that would extend the superintendency for 1 year. Director Pelletier?
I would just like to make an amendment that, is this part of the amendment where we've got the December 26th rush?
Yes.
So I would like.
If it says, I'll read it for you. If negotiations are successful, the new contract would come before the board for approval at a special board meeting on or before December 23rd.
I would like to amend that come before the board after the first of the year.
Well, can I
That's
just
the
make,
amendment that I'm making.
okay. Is there a second? Director Petrie? All right, is everyone clear what the amendment is? Go ahead.
I just want to say that I feel that the negotiations didn't go well, according to some. So now this board majority is cutting out half of the negotiation team. And I just think that that's quite wrong.
Any other comments? Director Sherman?
I don't know who this would be a question for, because I certainly support, not having this kind of urgent timeline to it, but kind of the obvious, can this continue with Chair Stidlin leading the negotiations? Is that an issue if it's after the 31st? Just a question. I mean, maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe that's a Maggie question. I don't know.
Well, it doesn't designate me, it designates the board chair. It designates the board chair. So at least my first stab at it is, if I was unsuccessful and I was no longer the board chair, then I think the new board chair would take over those negotiations. That's how I would read it. But maybe Maggie, you can speak to it.
I'm sorry, Ms. Sherman, is your question as to whether Chair Stidlin could continue to negotiate after?
Well, I guess I'm just wondering, because we're in this gray zone where we won't have a chair until the 7th of, and maybe that's fine. I guess Director Stidlin kind of answered my question. I guess I was just kind of asking the question just logistically, how it would work, kind of playing it out in my head.
Well, if the legal question you're asking is whether, or on what date the outgoing board members are no longer on the board, it is of course on the date that the new board members take office. So until that date, the board as it is exists.
So we have an amendment to change the wording of the second part of the main motion to that it would be brought before the board for approval after the first of the year instead of before December 23rd. Instead of on or before December 23rd, it would be brought after the first of the year. Do we have any further comments or questions about that idea, the amendment itself? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and vote on that amendment. Joan?
Director Pelletier,
Director Petrie,
Yes.
Director Potacek,
No.
Director Riley,
No.
Director Sherman, Director Weisberg,
No.
Chair Stivlin.
No.
You have a 3-4 vote, motion fails.
Thank you, Joan. Are there any other questions about the main motion? As amended, the main motion reads, the recommendation is to authorize the board chair to enter into negotiations to pursue an additional contract that would extend the superintendency for 1 year. If successful, the new contract would come before the board for approval at a special board meeting on or before December 23rd, 2020. If everyone's comfortable, we can go ahead and vote on that main motion. Any comments or questions? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and vote.
Director Pelletier,
Yes.
Director Petrie,
Yes.
Director Potacek,
No.
Director Riley,
No.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Director Weisberg,
Yes.
Chair Stivlin.
Yes.
You have a 5-2 vote, motion passes.
Thank you, Joan. Okay. I think we're ready to move on to the next thing on the agenda tonight, which is the board member reports. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. I do not have anything to share at this time. So if there are any working group reports, community engagement.
Yes, we were actually supposed to have a meeting today, but due to Governor Waltz's announcement, administration was very, very busy. So Mike and I actually were the only two that showed up for very briefly. And so I just sent an email. We were going to talk about the new survey, the distance learning survey that Morris Leatherman did. So I sent an email asking if the board could have a complete copy of the survey so we can look at it and then ask questions after that. And then we were also going to talk about a volunteer coordinator position and like kind of a cost benefit analysis of that. Even though the salary, of course, would cost money, it could be a really good benefit to teachers and saving time for things that they need in their classrooms and having a person to coordinate that, which has been talked about for a while. That was also going to come before us. So the email that I sent asked if that could come before the community engagement committee or just in an email to the full board, that's fine too. And then the other thing that I added that was not on our original agenda, which was in the same email, was sort of addressed tonight, and I'm happy about that because when Tim Burrington spoke at Open Forum a few weeks ago, he did ask that we add to our meetings. I don't know that it has to be every meeting, but maybe once a month for a report on what's happening with special education, and we actually got that tonight, which was great. So I hope that can continue, but that's it for community engagement.
Thank you. Can I just ask a follow-up question? Are we going to get the Morris Leatherman report then, or is it not ready yet? Or what's the status of that?
Yes, and we were actually going to have Peter present at a work session that we're going to try and schedule, I believe, right after the 7th. Can't remember the day. Joan, do you know the day on that? I can't.
Was it the 12th? I think
it might have. It was. Yeah, it might have been between the two.
I can't remember. Yeah, I remember talking about it. Yeah.
But we can get that report sent out to everybody.
Okay. All right. That would be great. I'm looking forward to that. And finance and operations?
Nothing this week.
Okay. Legislative?
I think that the superintendent pretty well covered it.
Okay, great. And policy, we have not met. That work is going to be taken up again by the new board after January begins. Are there any board member reports tonight? Go ahead, Jennifer.
I talked way too much earlier, but Directors Potacek and Stivlin, I just want to thank you for your service. Truly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other, and thank you as well, Jennifer. Yeah. Any other board member reports tonight? Anybody have anything they want to share? All right, with that, this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you so much. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Maggie.
Maggie.
You're welcome.